Colleagues, good morning. Welcome to the second day of our workshop. The Vice Chancellor, who is leading from the front, and this is very important, especially for the deans, that whenever there are these occasions, those who are in the leadership of academic project needs to lead by example, to make sure that those who report to them understand the importance of this. And secondly, Professor Ndlovu and I are familiar with the German culture of being on time. They don't live in time, they live on time. So when people say something starts at 8:30, it's not a moment for people to start sauntering into the room. Normally, in many cultures, people would be there 15 minutes before. So I would like us to make sure that we take time seriously. We cannot be serious about where we are going without paying attention to the importance of time. What will be important today is what the Vice Chancellor calls a note of African thought, or for African thought 101. What we are trying to do is to make sure that if you're going to proclaim yourself as a note for African thought, you need to be 10 steps or 20 steps ahead in this idea of African-centered knowledge. And Professor Ndlovu has been brought here precisely to assist us and to take us through this area of scholarship, because among other things, or that he can claim and boast, is that he is a decolonial scholar. Having dealt with the first day, which was about the politics of knowledge, I thought it would be important this morning to recalibrate. You know, when you are driving and you get swayed by the road traffic jams, and then you change direction and you are using a GPS, it helps you to recalibrate so that you go back to where you're going. For recalibration, Professor Ndlovu, I thought it would be important to historicize our location in the whole history of the erasure of African people in the history of the world. And I could do no better than to go back to how Mandela introduced himself when he had to answer the charges against him regarding the fact that he was accused of treason. Yesterday, when I introduced Professor Ndlovu, I spoke about his affiliation, and he rightfully pointed out that yes, that part is true, but that does not define him. That in the introduction, there is an erasure of his cultural location, his geographic location, his social location, and is also his historical location. So the moment that Mandela was asked to address the court, he started by saying who he is, effectively locating himself in history, simply indicating that he is not free-floating in space, like delocalized electrons in the metal. He said, and I like to quote, when he addressed court, says, "In my youth in the Transkei, I listened to the elders of my tribe telling stories of the old days. Amongst the tales they related to me were those of wars fought by our ancestors in defense of the fatherland. The names of Dingani, Bambata, Makana, Mushweshwe, and Sekukuni were praised as the glory of the entire African nation. Then I hoped then that life might offer me the opportunity to serve my people and make my own humble contribution to their freedom struggle. This is what has motivated me in all that I have done in relation to the charges made against me in this case. What is very critical about that is Mandela was simply saying, I am who I am because of this history. I belong to people who made history. So when we talk about the notion of a note for African thought, we are actually building on that struggle, the struggle of location, the struggle that we were subject of history, not object of history. We are, in the words of Professor Ndlovu, we're inscribing our existence in the business of making history. And Mandela continued, and he says, during my lifetime, I've dedicated myself to this struggle of African people. I fought against white domination, and I fought against Black domination. I've cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society in which all people live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve. But if needs be, it is an ideal for which I'm prepared to die. What we are talking about here is that inscription of ourselves in history. It is not an accident that the African child, when they go to school, the first thing that they do not learn about Makana. They do not learn about Mushweshwe. They do not learn about Hinza or Bambata. They learn about Jan van Riebeeck. They learn about Vasco da Gama. They learn, but part of it is the total erasure of Black people. So this project we're in is what we call two things. One is a restorative project. It's about correction of the damage that it is that damage that Biko later caused, that the Black person emerges out of apartheid, being simply a shadow of himself, an ox and an empty shell. So we are engaged in the process of restoration. Again, when we talk about the note for African thought, as we move forward, we are also making sure that you, who are the curtain raisers of this major and majestic project, you are empowered. You are empowered with the grammar of liberation. You are empowered with the grammar of freedom. This is why, among other things, we talk about epistemic freedom. But I also want to put it clearly that this is also in line with our policy prescription. For those of you who have bothered to look at the white paper on higher education, it is very clear about what a transformed system will do. The first thing that the higher education on transformation says, it says a transformed system should promote equity of access and fair chances of success to all who are seeking to realize the potential through higher education. And it goes further to also say a higher education system that is transformed will contribute to the advancement of all forms of knowledge and scholarship, and in particular, address the diverse problems and demands of the local, national, Southern African, and African context, and uphold rigorous standards of academic quality. And when you listen to Professor Kacheni, one of the things that he's going to be dealing with is the emphasis around what the VC talked about, that there are certain forms of thinking that, well, she put it to you, that you have one that is deductive, you have the one that is a border, but it is in the borderline that you are able to create the possibilities of the new thinking and the new being. Gramsci, in his book on the intellectuals, he says, one of the most important characteristic of any group that is developing towards dominance is its struggle to assimilate and to conquer ideologically the traditional intellectuals. But this assimilation and conquest is made quicker and more efficacious the more the group in question succeeds in simultaneously elaborating its own organic intellectuals. Decode that. What it says in your critique, the critique must be able to assist you in advancing an alternative. And this is what we are about. So the Vice Chancellor is correct to say this should be seen as a note for African Thought 101. And in doing so, we will then be people who should be foot soldiers. And foot soldiers are armed, they are empowered. And they are also empowered with the language. And the tools of engagement is in the concepts that are put there. So today, we will touch on concepts like coloniality of power, coloniality of knowledge, and the coloniality of being. And also to understand that effectively, this also calls for the reintroductions of different canons of knowledge. So as a way or in a way of addressing what is called an epistemic crisis, and also to try to deal with the epistemicide that we have experienced over centuries. With that recalibration, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite Professor Gacheni to take us through the idea of how knowledge is colonized. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, and good morning. Every time when we start, so many things begin to run in my head. Let me make a few reflections before I go into what we're going to talk about today. I think there are people from economics here. Economics, yes. I think something which comes to mind is David Ricardo, the concept of comparative advantage. And I'm starting there because you will need to reflect deeply what is the comparative advantage of University of Zululand. And I'm thinking about this now because we have an advantage which I see. And the advantage which I see is to have a vice chancellor who is not hostile to your thinking. In other universities where we've operated, we're fighting systemic issues, institutional issues, structural issues. We're also fighting against our leaders. And here you have a leader who actually embraces the change which you want to do. And you need not to lose that comparative advantage. So I wanted to start from there. Of course, a university is not a church. That we need to know clearly. In universities, unlike in churches, we work and embrace dissensus rather than consensus throughout. As long as dissensus is meant to make things qualitatively better. So we cannot rule out that. Where I worked previously, I was given the task to identify those who are resisting. I was given that task that when you give monthly report, tell us the pockets of resistance. And I said, that would be difficult for me. Having grown into the ranks of academia, reason to be part of management, I still respect disagreements. And I won't run and say somebody who disagrees with me is resisting. I will try to say, but what are the areas of disagreement on these issues? So again, I'm here trying to share some experiences that we might not agree on everything. Even those who are disagreeing, they mustn't fear to say, I see things this way, that way, this way. We will try to persuade them why we see things the way we see them. I'm talking here about how do we deal with critics. My friend Gogo, I like that name, Gogo. He was talking about the work of the Professor Olufemi Taiwo against decolonization, taking African agents seriously. That's a book which I have it after all in the hotel. I'm reading closely. But the issue which we need to do, how do we handle critics? When you write an article, there are critics. When you write a book, there are critics. And we call it peer review, isn't it? The issue is, how do you take it? If you are given 3 sets of external criticism of your paper, do you abandon your paper? You don't. You need to strengthen what you stand for. This is the same thing when it comes to decoloniality. There are a lot of noises around it, a lot of criticism around it. That must not then give you the impression that I must abandon the struggle. It must actually say, what is it that I must do better so that I respond to this? So personally, I read all of the critics of my works, not in order to change what I believe in, not to change what I write about, but to say, oh, this person thinks this way, I must bring this, I must bring that, I must bring that. So that's how we operate. Then the 4th point, which I want as a recap from yesterday, we need to be careful about falling into an attitude of revenge. They removed us from the curriculum. Let's remove them from the curriculum. If you do that, you are still beholden to what we are trying to change. So it's important that we must be careful not to. The intention is to produce a better knowledge, a better knowledge. So we don't want to thin it out of a historical grievance. We need to just say, this is why I used the Deepesh Chakrabarty's concept of provincializing. We don't wish Europe not to exist. We don't wish European thinkers not to exist. We want them to know that they are European thinkers. And when they are European thinkers, we will take what is useful and leave what is irrelevant. It's as simple as that. So connecting this with, again, the issue of critics. When we read the critics, they inspire us to make further elaborations on the concepts which we work with. And also to explain more the approaches which we work with. Of course, there is a bigger elephant in the room when he was talking about Olufemi Taiwo. There are people who are enchanted by modernity. There are people who are disenchanted by modernity. It doesn't mean those who are disenchanted by it, they are against modernity. It doesn't work that way. the decolonial school's idea is that there is what is broadcasted by modernity as its gift to humanity. And it is silence on some of the underside, which actually killed the other people during the same period. So that's why you find the Latin American school is saying modernity / coloniality. So they are saying there is something which modernity privileges, and they broadcast it and they share it with the world. It, it's like writing your biography. When you write your biography, you always privilege what is positive about you. You leave that which is negative. And the decolonial approach is saying, but we need to start from that, the other side. I have colleagues here who are from Europe, very close friends. And sometimes we debate the question of modernity. I give my own critique of it. Then some people think maybe to be sympathetic or something like that. They want also to say it was bad. I say there is no need to say that. There is no need to say that. It was good to you. The problem is, don't say, I must say it was good to me. This is where the problem is. It is true that it deposited its best where you were. During that very time, it was enslaving people. It was colonizing people. It was committing genocides. During the same period. And I'm thinking from that side. Allow me to think from that side. Does that make sense? Another example which I can give, I'm not sure whether here you have the same challenge. I thought from my decade-long experience at the University of South Africa, I thought it was now an agreed fact that we need to integrate gender and the feminism into our scholarship. But I've reached some environments where people are very hostile to it, saying it doesn't apply to my work. It doesn't apply to my work. And those who embrace it, they embrace it as though they are making a favor to women. My take is always inspired by the work of Ayesha Imam, Amina Mama, and the Fatou Sow. And that's a book which I will recommend. That's a 1997 publication by Cotesrian, Engendering African Social Science. In that book, they make it very clear, very, very clear, that it is to integrate gender analysis, feminist analysis, is not to make a favor to anybody. If anything, it is to improve social science. So they argue that any social science which ignores 52% of the population is an impoverished science. Is an impoverished science. So there is no favor there. It's to improve the social science. The same thing when it comes to talking about a decolonial approach, particularly when we extend it to speak about epistemologies from the global south. We begin to say the global south is the majority world. How do you produce quality social science, natural science, whatever science, when you ignore the majority world, the thinking from the majority world? So we're not again asking for any favor. We're actually saying we cannot rely on a knowledge from a very small province of the world and ignore other provinces of the world. I thought, let me start with that. Then move on to the work of today. Obviously, if there are questions arising from what these opening remarks, That will be fine. I will be able to handle them. And the issue is, I will again proceed like I did yesterday. I won't lecture to you. I will make interventions. So I will make maybe 4 or 5 interventions, then I will sit down. The question which we're dealing with today is the question of how is knowledge colonized? Some people say we must not talk about that question. But to decolonize something, you must know how it was done, isn't it? How the crime was committed. Even when we want to make a judgment, we want to know all the details of what was happening. So we start with that question in order to know, oh, they did it this way, they intervened there, they removed that bolt and they put this other bolt. So if we want to change, let's go and untie there. So basically, we want to understand how knowledge was colonized in order to do better decolonization of knowledge. And here I will share a few concepts which I think they can help us to understand this issue of colonization of knowledge. And I will start with Steve Biko's very often cited idea that the most important weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the control of the mind of the oppressed. And immediately you read that statement, the most important weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the control of the mind of the oppressed. It already provokes the argument, how does somebody end up controlling the minds of others? And those technologies of how they control the minds of others is what we want to understand. That's Biko saying that. But even as recently as 2 years ago, a philosopher at the University of Johannesburg, Veli Mitova, said this: we live in an epistemically colonial world, and that is not no secret. We live in an epistemically colonial world, and that is no secret. So she put it as forceful and open that there is no secret about it. But prior to that, Ali Mazuri, in that popular book, Africa, a Triple Heritage, 1986, if I'm not mistaken, he said, what Africa knows about itself, what Africa knows about different parts of Africa, has been profoundly shaped by colonialism. What Africa knows about itself, what Africa knows about different parts of Africa, has been profoundly shaped by colonialism. And if we take these 3 arguments, they begin to challenge us by how to come out of this. And one concept which we're trying to pivot is the concept of the cognitive empire. And here, I will need to explain a little bit that when I grew up, the empire I knew was the physical empire. It was the physical empire. It was the empire which came here in this country. We always say it came in 1652. Attacked physically people, displaced them, dispossessed them, dominated them, exploited them, governed them. That is the physical empire. It comes in a physical form represented by individuals, and it dominates conquers, then it dominates, then it administers. That's the physical empire. That one, I don't think there's nobody who doesn't know about it. And it no longer exists. Let's get that very clearly. It no longer exists in a physical form. Of course, we fought against it, but we need to put also another caveat. Why it withdrew? The shift from empire to modern nation state. The shift from empire to modern nation states. In Africa, it is a post-1945 phenomenon. The shift from empire to modern nation states. But in Europe, you can go back as 1648, the Westphalian Treaty, or you can even go back. That means from 1648 up to 1945, the idea of being nation states was monopolized by particular people, and the others were rendered as colonies. They fought. But the other important element, historically speaking, is the idea that with the emergence of the United States, with the emergence of the Soviet Union, the United States, you will see the intervention of the United States in 1919 at the peace settlement, the Versailles Settlement. I think we all know about the Versailles Settlement, which ended the First World War. Woodrow Wilson came with the 14 points. Is credited for coming with the 14 points. And the point 14 is actually about self-determination. Not for Africa, it was mainly for Eastern Europe by then. If I'm not mistaken, 1941, they also meet in what we call the Atlantic Charter. And in that Atlantic Charter, again, it was the American president who pushed the issue of national self-determination. And then you go to the Charter of the United Nations after 1945, it also incorporates that. With the United States still pushing that we'll need a world which is organized into nation states. So we were fighting as well, but even the emerging superpower was also pushing for a world reorganized into nation states. But this is where you will need to be careful. We can use similar terms meaning different things. What the United States meant by reorganizing the international system from empires into nation states, don't call it decolonization. It was not decolonization. It was rebooting of a world system, reorganizing of a world system. So you will need to understand that the Soviet Union also actively participated. From my own family, 4 of my brothers, they were guerrillas in the anti-colonial struggle. 1 did not come back, others came. So I observed at close range. We had even boots at home, which we actually called the Soviet. Because my brother came with them from the Soviet Union. But the issue is, why was the Soviet Union giving them boots, uniforms, arms, medicine, and everything? Was it supporting decolonization? Again, you need to understand the international system. The Soviet Union and the US had no expansive colonies like Britain and France. But they now emerge as superpowers. And their idea was that we need to dismantle the physical empires. And the reason for dismantlement of physical empires were different from South Africans wanting the physical empire to be dismantled, Zimbabweans wanting the physical empire to be dismantled. It was different reasons, but we could have used the same language. And we helped each other in that, but the intentions were different. For the Soviet Union, for US, it was to reorganize the international system so that the capital of capital, if I can use that, the capital of capital was no longer in Western Europe, it was across the Atlantic. Europe, because of First World War, Second World War, it needed reconstruction. And the glut of capital was across the Atlantic in the United States. And the United States wanted to invest this capital across the world. And it was arguing that the hindrance is that Britain can continue to trade with these colonies. France can continue to trade with these colonies. So you needed to dismantle that so that you don't monopolize trade. So you see the logics. Walter Mignolo always explains this very well to say, don't say if you hear people using the same words, think that they mean the same thing. But I'm giving all this background because there's something which is very important about decolonization project. For the US, for USSR, we needed to dismantle the physical empire for purposes of trade and the purposes of the march of capital across the world. For the colonized people, colonialism was a death project. It was suffocating them, it was making them not breathe, it was impoverizing them. They wanted the removal of the physical empire for a different reason, for the sake of life itself. So we'll need to understand that very well. But of course, where is Brown? Yeah. Brown was always raising the issue of power, the question of power. The question of power is very important in everything which we discuss. Because at the end of the day, what became the heaven of decolonization? The heaven of decolonization then becomes the attainment of national state status. Is this what the people were fighting for? The heaven of decolonization is now attainment of national state status. In other words, we've fallen already into the trap of a world system reorganizing itself. Does that make sense? Yeah. So it ended up, the sign of being decolonized is that we have South Africa as a sovereign national state, Zimbabwe is sovereign national state, Malawi, Lesotho, sovereign national states, and all that. It becomes fashionable. And the other condition that you are sovereign is to be admitted to the United Nations. And the United Nations, the assumption is that it is really a United Nations. But basically, it is another institution which actually perpetuates the international system, the long-standing international system. And what we need to understand, basically, is that when the system is continuing like this, and then you converge to fight against it, you formulate anti-systemic movements. The system observes throughout to defend itself. It surveils. And when it surveils, it identifies that in Asia, they are up in arms against the system. In the Caribbean, they are up in arms against the system. In Latin America, they are up in arms against the system. In Africa, they are up in arms against the system. And what does the system do? Let's listen carefully. What do they want? And basically, then some whisper to it to say, they seem to want what we already want. They want national state status. Let's just give them that. That is what we want as well. So is to be accommodated back into the system which we're fighting against. To the extent that today, with the Russia-Ukraine war, you will see that we are actually the majority in the United Nations General Assembly, but we don't have the veto power, even if we are majority. In other words, we're brought into the system and given the spaces in the lowest echelons of the system. And then they continue. Those who were victorious in the Second World War, they still govern the world up to today. So there is importance to think about that systemic part of it. Unfortunately, I'm a historian. If I begin to talk about that, I will deviate and go some other directions. But I hope you got my message. Go back to the cognitive empire. I was explaining the physical empire. And the other point which I did not highlight, which will make the cognitive empire very clear. I think it was in the midst of the Second World War. Winston Churchill went to Harvard University to address the students at Harvard University. And the students began to say, what will happen to empires? And the Churchill made a very clear answer. The empires of the future will not be physical empires. It will be empires of the mind. The empires of the future will not be physical empires. It will be the empires of the mind. What did he mean by that? It will be clear if we understand the cognitive empire, what he meant by that. Obviously, the Soviet Union, the US, they were pushing for the dismantlement of the physical empire in order to construct another empire. So they constructed, obviously, the commercial, non-territorial empire. A lot of people today talk about the US as an empire, but it does not have physical empire, colonies. It means it created another empire. Others, they call it the global financial empire. With the IMF, World Bank, World Trade, and all these other things. And you can read the book by not even a scholar from the Global South. You read a book by Robert Gaither, who is a historian in Oxford, The Empires of the Mind, 2019. So the diagnosis that there is empire of the mind, there is a consensus even across the global north and the global south, that there is an empire of the mind, that we will dominate still, but at the moment we won't be visible and physically present. We will still dominate by other means. And this is why we think this concept of the cognitive empire becomes very important, because it means you invade the mental universe of a people and they impose particular ways of seeing the world, particular knowledge systems, and you displace particular forms of consciousness. And this cognitive empire, why it is elusive and very hard to grasp, is that it operates exactly like the coronavirus. It mutates, it's invisible, it always disguises itself. I remember when we were at the University of South Africa, we were celebrating the fall of the Rose statue. And Catherine Odora Hoppers said to us, "You are happy about the fall of the bronze statue. What about Cecil John Rhodes in your hearts? In your hearts and minds? That one has not fallen. You are still carrying on." And that one is the most dangerous one. So the cognitive empire, because of that, disguises, chameleonic mutations and all that, it is gaining various names. If you read Ngugi Thiong'o, I think he was the one who introduced the concept of the physical or the metaphysical empire. If you also read Ngugi Thiong'o, it was him who introduced the concept of the colonization of the mind. And if you read Ashish Nadi, small, very good book, The Intimate Enemy. The Intimate Enemy. And then the Latin American scholars, of course, they use coloniality of knowledge. Others use cognitive imperialism. So there are various names to name it. But what is important to unpack for purposes of transformation and decolonization is what are the techniques or technologies which are deployed by this empire to maintain its presence and even to disguise itself. We normally talk about the three: coloniality of power, coloniality of being, and the coloniality of knowledge. But they are more than that. They are more than that. These, I will always say, are the highly developed ones. Others are not yet developed. It was yesterday when Brown was speaking about being, a being that we need to still go back to that concept of being, the concept of being human. And I always find it to be a very interesting starting point when we speak about being. That in order to produce what yesterday I described as a transcendental model of power which really is planetary, there was need to redefine what being human means. There was need to define what being human means and what it looks like. And in that defining, two processes were at play, if not three. I think three would be better. The first was to socially classify the human population. Sociologists here, they will call it ordering, social ordering. It was not as innocent as that. Social classification of human population. And after social classification, racial hierarchization of human population. And thirdly, engendering of the human population. And the idea is, of course, you can read it depolitically and or non-politically and they say, yeah, but you need to order the world. You need to order the world. But I think there is a bigger purpose than that. The bigger purpose is that it produces what we call an invisible social pyramid, which is still standing today. An invisible social pyramid in which the whiter you are, the higher ontological density you have. Brown, I don't mean brown, my brother. The brown, lesser ontological density. Black, lesser ontological, native, nothing. That is the social pyramid. And then you add the gender. Even under the white, the woman has less ontological density than the white man. Even under black, the black man has a bit sub-humanity, the woman has sub-humanity. So you need to understand those social categorization. And the question is, why? What role did this? What role is this social pyramid playing, which makes us to speak about it even today? One, it is invisible; you can't see it. You will need a decolonial eye to see it. With a naked eye, you can't see it. It doesn't exist. We are all humans, they will tell you. We are all humans. After all, don't continue talking about things of the past. You are now all humans. The only thing which we need to talk about is human rights, democracy. But the social pyramid was was an important device. It was a device which enables who to enslave, who to subject to genocide, who to colonize, who to dispossess and make perpetual worker. They are using that pyramid. Even today, racial capitalism is constructed on the basis of that pyramid. But he came in the morning here and he was raising this issue about whether we have debates, because I said the current problems which we're facing in this world is the foundational source, the epistemic crisis. Others, they will say it is the material, which is the source. But because we're working within the university, we're working within the institution which produces knowledge. These institutions were built because there was an agreement that knowledge is important. There is an agreement that knowledge is important. And this is why we focus on it, not to say other factors no longer matter. It doesn't, we are not saying that. But we are saying the knowledge project is very important for conquest as well as for liberation. It is very important. And immediately you categorize people. These ones have higher ontological density. These ones have sub-ontology. These ones have no ontology at all. Already, you are ruling out also knowledge. Those whom you say they are non-beings don't have knowledge. Those who are sub-humans, they have inferior knowledge. Those who are full beings, they have the knowledge. So there is a link between coloniality of being and the coloniality of knowledge. So if we are denied the very concept of being human, automatically you are denied epistemic virtue. In the United States, they have always have this story that if you were enslaved, one thing for certain, where they granted you your humanity is if you committed a crime. If you committed a crime, you needed to go to court to account. You are now a human being. When they are now taking you to court, you are now a human being. You need to account for your crimes. But outside the court, you are a commodity. But what is important about epistemic virtue is that even if you bring 10 enslaved people to give testimony in your defense, it doesn't matter. But a master and a madam, they can come with their slave and they say, we know Gogo is not a thief. The judge will understand. The ontological density vis-a-vis justice, vis-a-vis knowledge. And I want to make connections in these issues because once we have created a social pyramid, you will need to govern it. Because those whom you say have no ontology, they don't accept that. Those whom you say they have sub-ontology, they don't accept that. So you will need really a governing system to maintain what we have invented. And this is where the coloniality of power then kicks in. You need to create a structure of power which will maintain these categories. And you evolve a particular transcendental model of power, which is very hard to describe in one term. So we have various terms to say it is colonial, it is imperial, it is heteronormative, it is sexist, it is racist, it is capitalist, it is Christian-centric, it is Eurocentric, it is modern. That is the power structure. And if you want to understand it more deeper, you will need maybe to read the work of Ramon Grossfogel. He built on what Quijano had produced, what Annibal Quijano had produced. And he was trying to elaborate on the levels of subjection of human life to a transcendental model of power. And his argument is a very simple one. The transcendental model of power, which emerges after 1500, does not leave anything which is of importance about human life unsubjected to power. And he demonstrates that gender is subjected to power. Knowledge is subjected to power. Spirituality is subjected to power. And the subjection is always producing hierarchies and the binaries, which we started with yesterday. So he initially identified 8. In a later article, he identified 15. Hectarchies of power. He never even used the word hierarchies. He said they are hectarchies because they are not only hierarchical like this, they are also crisscrossing. So it's a complexity. What is the modern term for it? We call it entangled. That is the entanglement. But I was saying, when we talk about these technologies, we're talking about these 3. But you can have coloniality of knowledge. Coloniality of language. And that image is very clearly from the work of Ngugi wa Thiong'o, who talks about linguistics encycling. Linguistic encycling. When we are encircled by an architecture of languages, particularly 6 of them. And you need to, I think by now you know all these 6 dominant languages. Of course, we can take, it is now ours, all those arguments. It is now ours, English is now mine as well, French is now mine as well. Obviously, because we're encycling, isn't it? We're trying to feel normal in an abnormal situation. We're trying to normalize an abnormality. But generally, we're encircled. So those debates are important. No, don't say English is for the English. But the English, they will tell you it is their language, it's not yours. You can claim it, whatever you want to do, but it is their language. When Ngugi shifted and began to write in Kikuyu, he said there was a strange question he was asked. Why are you writing in Kikuyu? And the Ngugi said, I'm in Kikuyu. And they said, is that not strange that to ask a French novelist, why do you write in French? An English novelist, why do you write in English? But you can ask a Zulu novelist, why are you writing in Zulu? What nonsense is that? What else should I write in? After all, that I write in another language, that's the abnormality part. The normal part is I must be writing from my own language, isn't it? Yeah. So we are struggling at that level. But because he raised the issue of Olufemi, his compatriot, Olufemi, in that book, he criticizes 2 figures in the decolonial project. He criticizes Ngugi wa Thiong'o and the Wiretu, Kwasi Wiretu. While we welcome criticism, but the criticism must not be opportunistic and distorting what somebody is saying. Ngugi raises a number of arguments relating to language. The first, when you read that mother tongue, that book entitled Mother Tongue, he makes a very clear argument about the cognitive process. The cognitive process. That the normal cognitive process is from the known to the unknown. And if you remove the children from their mother tongue into another tongue, they undergo what we call stupidification. And I've seen it with my own children when I picked them out of here and put them in German schools. That they don't know German is like they are stupid. But that is another language which they are struggling to master. Even me, having written all this book, I appear very stupid in German because of the language. I can't actually speak it. I'm still struggling up to now. So he was talking about that process. The second process, the critique of Ngugi, which is very unfair, is that Ngugi is against European languages. That is not true. That is not true. Ngugi's argument is that if we are a Xhosa speaker, if we are Zulu speaker, if we are Sotho speaker, if we are Ndebele speaker, and then you learn English, you are better off. You have your own language, then you learn another one. You are better off. The problem is if you learn English, then you destroy Ndebele. You have now made yourself a fool out of it. So let's not distort the argument in order to win the debates. That is not what he's saying. That he actually says, if you, from my Ndebele language, I learn English, I learn German, I learn Portuguese, I'll be a better person. But I must add to what I already knew. I must not remove and replace. That is where the poverty is. That's where the coloniality is. But learning another language is not coloniality. Is not coloniality. Let's not distort it that way. And then the other aspect, which is very important for universities. In undergraduate, I studied languages. I did in Ndebele. Because we're a fragment of the Zulu here, it was always in Ndebele/Zulu. But at the university, we're learning it in English. We read Zulu novels, Ndebele novels, but when we went to write exams, we're writing in English.
My senior certificate in Zulu.
Yes. By the time we went to University of Zimbabwe, it was Department of African Languages. You'll either do Shona or Ndebele, but when you write exams, we're writing in English. In English. And the issue also is this one. You have people like Credo Muto. We have so many other Zomo and the others. The question which always troubles me is this question whereby Mkhagi and the others, that anybody who writes in a native language, let's put it that way, native language, they are lumped together in one department called the African language.
Yeah.
Even if we're treating a psychological topic, a political topic, an international relations topic, it becomes African languages.
Yeah.
Look at the irony. Should we take all the things which are written in English and make it English literature? Put it under English literature? You can't do that. You can't do that. So there are various things which we need to think about. Because I said, in the coloniality of being, there is social classification, there is racial classification, there is gendering. Another important technology of the cognitive empire, which we need to deal with, is coloniality of gender. And we need to be careful when we speak. Don't say a female scholar. There's nothing like that. It can be a woman scholar, but a female scholar, you are messing up when you're doing that. You are going straight to what coloniality wants. The feminization and all these other things. So it's important that they were using also that technique to classify and the law. You know, when you have your cows, you are always happy when they are female ones. The majority are female. You can't use that concept for human beings. You will need really to shift and avoid the animalistic language for human beings. In totality, Brown, the power structure is what we call colonial matrix of power. The colonial matrix of power. In totality, all this gives us what we call the colonial matrix of power. And the colonial matrix of power is like an octopus with various hands. You cut one here, another one there. You cut one here, another one there. You cut one here, another one there. So we need to understand it in its complexity. So let's not say because we achieved, in brackets, political independence, therefore we destroyed the octopus.
Yeah.
It doesn't work that way. That was my second set. My third set of reflections comes closer home now. If we speak like this to some of our colleagues, they will tell you, no, you guys, you are so bitter. You are also talking about the past. The reality today is not this issue of coloniality of knowledge. The reality today is a global economy of knowledge. You've heard about that. Global economy of knowledge. Knowledge society, network society. That's what they will tell you. Anyway, don't continue to say there's African knowledge, Asian knowledge, European knowledge, Caribbean knowledge. It is now global economy of knowledge. And when we talk about global economy of knowledge, the fundamental issues is collaboration and partnerships. Collaboration and partnerships. Sounds very confusing. We wish we were there. I wish things were like that, because when it is now a global economy of knowledge, it means all these knowledges are now there. They are now there. They are now there. But the truth of the matter, it is not like that. And I will try to demonstrate why. In Germany today, that's the dominant mantra, collaborations. Even where I'm vice dean for research, the Africa Multiple Cluster of Excellence. Reconfiguring African studies. The issue is about how do we partner with the Africa-based scholars? How do we collaborate with but the elephant in the house always is what Brown was raising, the power dynamics. The power dynamics, even within the global economy of knowledge. And the one power dynamic which is very clear, there is still uneven intellectual division of labor. Sound Marxist. Uneven intellectual division of labor. With Asia, with Africa, Caribbean, Latin America, being the areas where you hunt for raw data. Fieldwork, they call it fieldwork, and it happens during summer, running away from the cold. And then you, in order to take the money from the university, you must have a reason. You can't say I'm running away from the cold. You must say I'm going for fieldwork. Then you go hunt and gather the data. There is a joke in Latin America that among the indigenous people, in every family of 5, there is a 6th child or 6th member. In every family of 5, there is a 6th member. And who is that member? The anthropologist. The anthropologist who always studies these people every time. The uneven intellectual division of labor then comes this way. There is nothing wrong about going to do field work. It depends on the ethics which you deploy in the field. the ethics which you deploy in the field. We are moving away from researcher-researched relationship, other people being objects of research. We are trying to rehumanize. You are going to get the information from people who know, so they become part of the concept which was used here, the co-production of knowledge, so that we avoid the extractivist methodologies. Go and the extract and the extract and the extract. That's one. The second aspect is that this issue of going to hunt and gather the data, bring it to Europe, process it into models, into theorems, into theories, and then the theories are consumed back again in the global south. In other words, the people of the global south, the scholars, even the scholars, they are reduced to native informants. Native informants. Because they come with money. They come here to a department, I have this money, and I will pay you in euro or in Canadian dollars or in pounds. A professor agrees to be a research assistant. A professor being a research assistant to a doctoral student. That is the power dynamic which he was talking about. That's the power dynamic. Yes, the power of the mind. But the third dynamic of it, it affects really the knowledge production itself. Which is why you find, I supervise a number of students in Germany who research on the continent. They do find work in terms of gathering the data, but immediately they want to enlighten the data. They are now looking for theories from Europe. Data is African, theory is European. How do we come out of that? That is the question. The data is African, the theory is European. And that has been normalized. Somebody was studying, if I can exemplify, Ilori, you know Ilori in Nigeria. And this person was studying Islamic communities there. And these Islamic communities, the problematic was that they are Muslim, but they send their children to Western schools. Western schools. Normal secular schools, which are Western. And he wanted to understand how did they bridge the two? They are Muslim, they live Muslim. And when we say Islam, I always refuse to say Islam is a religion. It is a civilization with a religion.
Yeah.
So he was saying, how do they reconcile sending the schools to these westernized schools? But they are Muslim. So he gathers very good data. And immediately it reached theory. What are you going to use as a theoretical framework? He goes to France. Bonjour. So I said, no, I have no problem with bonjour. But you need to tell me, how did you arrive at it? How did you arrive at it? It was random. It was random, and it never really enlightened what it was supposed to enlighten. And then I said to the person, I'm not a specialist in Islamic studies, but I have some inklings of what you might work with. So I then referred the student to the work of Edward Wilmot Blyden, who wrote that book on Christianity, Islam, and the Negro, 1888. And you start there, was he not dealing with the same thing about how to harmonize the indigenous knowledge systems, the Islamic knowledge systems, and the Western knowledge systems in 1888. But you can go on to 1964, Kwame Nkrumah, consciousness. He also went.
Try and put something here. I'm not sure if they can see or not.
I'm not sure what is happening. The philosopher from Benin, and he named it academic dependence. And academic dependence manifests itself in various ways: Marxist, Foucauldian, Derridian, and many others. These surnames which we give ourselves to rely on another archive, and they make that archive the reference point. And then the third is the citational power. I think it emerged yesterday. Who do we cite? Who do we cite in whatever work we are doing? If you write a paper where you cite those people with a sub-ontological density, you'll be asked every time, this is not enough. Where is this one? Where is this one? Where is this one? And the pressure, and this I'm talking from experience, I developed my scholarship from here. I know even our National Research Foundation, it categorizes the journals in terms of national, international, and all that. And the international, make no mistake, don't publish in Argentina and you think you're international. Don't publish, I mean, Zulu, in UNIZULU, I publish in a Nigerian journal, I'm international. It doesn't work that way. The international is Europe and North America. So we need to problematize the international itself. And it carries weight. When we went for NRF rating, the idea was if you publish in national accredited journals, obviously you have national status as an academic. If you want to have international status, go international. And those international is Europe, North America. And it is not really about even the quality of the work. It is really about where they are located and how they've presented themselves and the power dynamic involved. And it happened recently that Taylor and Francis representatives, they were in the University of Dar es Salaam, and they met with the African scholars there. they gave a concession which is very matronizing and patronizing, where they said, yeah, from now on, we will accept scholarship from Africa in our journals, even though it is not theoretical and conceptual. In other words, what Africans write are stories. So we will now have mercy and accept these stories into the, and the people clapped their hands and said, no, there's something wrong here. There's something wrong here. And then obviously I don't want to hammer so hard the question of language. What language do we use to teach, to learn, and to research? That remains something to be confronted. In African studies, you want to be an African node of African thought. There is a practical challenge which we need to confront. And that practical challenge affects even African studies. There is something in, I think West was here, Michael West was here. They wrote this work where they highlighted this issue of what is called the Africanist enterprise. The dominance in production of African knowledge by Africanists who are not resident in Africa, who are resident outside Africa. And they are dominant because they are funded. They are funded, they are enabled really to dominate the field. And they also publish in the so-called dominant presses, Cambridge, Oxford, and all these journals. So their work becomes the canon in African studies. This is the hegemony of the Africanist enterprise. And to make a note for African thought, we'll need to deal with that. At the University of Bayreuth, after getting the funding for the 7-year Africa Multiple Cluster of Excellence, one issue was to reconfigure African studies to confront that problem. And we tried to confront it in two ways. The first was structural. And structural, I think we were a little bit more progressive. So we established an African Cluster of Excellence Center in Lagos, University of Lagos. We established another one, Joseph Kizepo University in Burkina Faso. We also established another one at Eldoret, Moi University in Kenya. And then we have a fourth one in Makanda, University of Rhodes. And the idea is to make sure that based in Germany, the Africanists there, we are always in dialogue with the Africa-based scholars in the production of African knowledge. But you know the problem. The problem is already the money is deposited at University of Bayreuth. So when we distribute the money to Lagos, to Ouagadougou, to Makanda, our colleagues clap heads, they got the money. Instead of them pushing us out of the Africanist enterprise, they become partners in crime. That is how difficult it is to deal with. Sure, thanks. So I can see the note for African thought, it will need to deal with the structural and then the conceptual issues. I was hired for the first time to have this chair in epistemologies of the Global South. It was meant that I come and try to disturb from inside. But as I told you yesterday, we're already fragmented into two camps. And those who decide to listen to what I say, and those who decide to confront what I'm saying. That is that. But I think what is even more important for our reflections today is to then look at the consequences of this. What are the consequences of this? And I want to put it this way. A book written by Professor Siposiepe and a book written by Karl Marx are not read the same by African people. They are not read the same. I've experimented in many places. I always experimented when I was at Monash University. Give Nyerere, go and read this. Then I give the same person, Michel Foucault, Knowledge, Power. Go and read on a Friday. And let me know what you think about these 2 weeks. Early morning on Monday, the person will be bringing back Nyerere. No. Ujama villages, no, I don't agree with this. Then, what about the other book? No, that one is very difficult. I'm still trying to read. See what is at play there. If there's something meaningless in Foucault, it is that the book is difficult.
Yes.
You get the point.
Yeah.
So if there's something difficult there, it doesn't reach the level of a black person to say, this is senseless. No, Foucault cannot say it's senseless things. Only Herrera can do that. And if we are operating that way, you still have the roads in your heart.
Yeah.
Nguk Wathiongo tries to distill for us, and I'm raising this because a lot of people cite Nguk Wathiongo without reading. Even those who criticize him without reading. Sometimes I read quotations from the book and without telling people where I took it. Can you help us with the source of that? But you said you read the book Wathiongo. You must know this. Then I realized that they don't read at all. They don't read, they're just reading the covers. And then you must pretend to be clever. This book, that book, but they need to be read with the closeness with which we read all other works. And I'm not saying we must turn them into shrines of worship. Never. We must subject them to the critique in which we subject all other thoughts. But in Nguk Wathiongo, I'm invoking him here because he actually helped us to understand the consequences of the cognitive empire. And because he's a literary scholar, unlike me, he is able to give you a vivid, almost a vivid example. He is able to capture in words what can be seen and make it seen easily. For instance, he said what the cognitive empire does is that it detonates a cultural bomb. So he wants you to picture a cultural bomb being detonated here at the center. And what will be the consequences? And he says, the effect of the cultural bomb is to annihilate a people's belief in their names, in their languages, in their environment, in their heritage of struggle, in their unity, in their capacities, and ultimately in themselves. It makes them see their past as one wasteland of non-achievement. And it makes them want to distance themselves from that wasteland it makes them want to identify with that which is furthest removed from them, with other people's languages rather than their own. That's how he wants us to understand the consequences. And then he also envisions people with computers in front of them, like you are having. And he wants to use that to also make you understand what the cognitive empire does. And he says it removes the hard disk of memory. And this is how he puts it. Get a few natives, empty their disk of previous memory, and download into them a software of European memory. And the consequences will be clear. Every time you try to tell them about colonialism, but this, but that, but this, but that, but this, but that. Every time. When Walter Mignolo visited University of South Africa, we sat down with him and said, one of the issues which is emerging with this scholarship, people saying we are repeating things. Walter Mignolo just laughed and said, why should we not repeat this? They repeated the same question.
Yeah.
You tell them in the morning, in the afternoon, they will ask you the same question. They don't listen at all.
Yeah.
So colonialism also has the consequence of producing what we call epistemic deafness. Epistemic deafness. The person listens to himself. There's a time when I went to present in one university. So I give a lecture, I finish a lecture, then the hands are up. When I listen to the question, I then said to my colleague, it looks like you prepared these questions yesterday before I came here. Because I've explained all this, but you are still continuing to ask them. So it means you just prepared the question. You are not listening. You were waiting for the question time. That is how it works. And then Ngugi, on the third element, he also tries to make us realize that what the cognitive empire does is that it dislocates the mind.
Yeah.
It dislocates the mind. And you can read that together with the Fanon. And he says the colonial process dislocates the traveler's mind from the place he or she already knows to a foreign starting point, even with the body remaining in his or her homeland. It is a process of continuous alienation from the base, a continuous process of looking at oneself from outside of self with the lens of a stranger. Will you use Marx to look at King Charles? See, when you are saying you are using a lens of a stranger, one may end up identifying with the foreign base as the starting point towards self, and that is from another self towards oneself, rather than the local being the starting point from self to other selves. And this is very important because sometimes when we talk about locus of enunciation, let's start from here. People are saying, let's cut ourselves from the world. That's not what we're saying. Let's cut ourselves from the world of knowledge. Let's journey into that world of knowledge from where we are. You can't start from where you are not there unless you are a witch. Morgan yesterday already raised some of the issues relating to social location, epistemic location, and that these are other consequences of the invasion of the mental universe by the cognitive empire. To the extent that you find somebody who is socially located in the powerless side of things, speaking as though he is that other side, speaking against yourself, so to speak. Because Ngugi says it dislocates, it leaves the body here, but the mind, it takes them. So you are seated here, but you're thinking from New York. Sitting here thinking from Berlin. Sitting here thinking from London. The body is here, but your thinking is always outside you. And he says, Ramon Grossfogel is the one who helped us to understand this, that you will need to be clear on your social location, your epistemic location, your geographical location, and the other locations, so that you really develop a complex understanding of the knowledge. And he says, precisely the success of modern colonial world system consists in making subjects that are socially located in the oppressed side of colonial difference to think epistemically like the ones on the dominant position. And you can link this with the W.E.B. Du Bois double consciousness. You can link this with the Carter Godwin Woodson is education. You can link this with the Ali Mazuri cultural schizophrenia. You can link this with Frantz Fanon pitfalls of consciousness. But it has implications for the work which we do. And maybe we can even look at what we've done and see where we were doing it from. Of course, we have scholars in Africa, in the global south, who have been mesmerized by the issue of standard and protocols of excellence. And because they've accepted them as the standard and the protocols, their duty is to emulate and assimilate those standards in the belief that their work will be objective, unsituated, universal. We have scholars like that. So that's another category of us. Then we have others who occupy a very difficult space, what we call liminarity, trying to be both there and here, trying to balance, to make what we call a balancing act. Then we have others who get angry and they decide that the positionality is to reject everything European. And those ones, they fall into another problematic position, which we call radical alterity or radical difference. This is why I was saying we must be careful not to engage in a revenge.
Yeah.
we must be careful not to do that, because in anger, we end up messing ourselves. Then, this one I picked from the work of another Nigerian scholar who was talking about the positionality, and I think in Zimbabwe is also very, very common, what we call sycophantic tradition. The sycophantic tradition. You just become a praise singer of those in power. That's a sycophantic tradition. Some, we call them regime intellectuals. They're just there to praise the regime in order to be paid trinkets and some few things. But at an international level, you have what we call comprado intellectuals. It's all about opportunism, it's all about survival. It's all about which side is powerful, and I must be associated with that one, and then I get praises from the system. So there are people there are scholars who work that way. And so they weigh the things. What will make me popular today? Let me say this. What will make me popular today? We are not looking for popularity here. And I think I've spoken enough. This is what I wanted us to deliberate on this morning. I think what I brought in, which we did not talk about yesterday, is the issue of consciousness. The issue of consciousness is very important. What is our intellectual consciousness? And the intellectual consciousness determines the theory of knowledge which we will pass. It also determines the philosophy of education which we want to develop. With these few words, I will stop here for now.
Sort of taking time to have let that sink. I think the best we can do, and I think in a way, Professor Ndongajeni was used this lecture to prescribe a number of works. And the whole idea was also to trigger and to disturb those who are in a state of comfort, and also to provide comfort to those who are disturbed. And before we go to the next session, I think it is probably the right time for us to pause. And then we would then deliberate, create a roundtable, and have a number of questions that will be asked. But I think what he has done is a mouthful. But what is most important, VC, you might actually have to think this. We do need what one in the church situation is called a form of baptism. What Professor Gachene was doing was just to indicate what could be in store. But fortunately, he has written the stuff that he has given you today can be found in one of the books. It's about 300 pages to read. But he's also correct by also pointing out the struggles ahead. That, as I indicated, this is a part of a continuous struggle for total emancipation of African people. And this struggle has moved from the physical to the metaphysical, to the capturing of the mind. The example that or statement that he used about what Winston Churchill said at Harvard, that the future wars will not be physical, it will be wars of the mind. And that's where the empires, hence the concept of a cognitive empire, becomes so critical. But what is also important, if you understand the issue of cognitive empire, you'll also understand that it is not simply about issues of translation, because you can have somebody who transcribes or translates Shakespeare into African language, but that is not changing the cognitive empire, the issue of epistemic location. So what he has done is to try to complicate our journey, not because he means he's being evil, but more in the sense of through complication, it's also about providing a degree of sophistication. But also pointing out, the most important is that we should also embrace quarrel, but also to a certain extent. There's nothing wrong in engaging people who want to quarrel with your idea. But there's a limit in which you engage people who are quarrelsome. People who also read you, not with the intention of understanding you, but with the intention of distorting and misrepresenting you, and are taking what was in. And the issue that he has also raised is also the notion of what we consider to be scholarship. Who gets cited? Yeah. And I must say, I had the privilege of being asked to respond to one of the scholars based in Europe, in the UK, who was writing about South Africa and advising us. And in that document, in that book, and that the chapter that the person wrote, the first thing that I did was to look at who gets referred to. And this scholar that most people rely on as a lefty, that gets cited all the time, writes a book about, reflects about South Africa in the last 10 years, and pretends that there are no Black people. Not a single Black person is referred to. But it goes back to what the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology indicated, the importance of understanding that you are dealing with also an ecosystem. And also the structure, how the structures that are presented are also part of the problem. You know, the obsession with that I'm internationally published, what does it mean? You know, decoding that. So the notion of the empire of the mind and epistemic freedom becomes very central. I want to thank you, sir, for being so generous in taking us through your book. But that's another excuse for us not to read it. At this point in time, can we adjourn for how long, VC? 3 minutes. 30 minutes. 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Colleagues who are online will be back in 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
No trick, yeah.
So guys, we will have
Yeah.
and we
Come closer to the sound.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues online and the colleagues who are here physically. We welcome back to our day 2 on decolonizing knowledge. We are starting our second section. We have our panelists here who will be discussing with the Prof. Dr. Kacheli based on what he has presented in the morning. Perhaps I would like to rephrase some of the issues that he has highlighted. The issues of a relationship between epistemic colonization, social classification, and the coloniality of being. I'm sure all of you got to understand that you have to work with these things, the pyramid, to address the issues of the pyramid on how these issues will relate in order to achieve successful decolonization. Without taking much time, let me get the discussions from our colleagues, starting with the Prof. Ndlela going in that direction.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, VC. Good morning, colleagues here and online. Thank you, Prof. Dr. Kacheli, for the talk, the nuggets that you gave us this morning. Those of us who were present last year at the inaugural conference on the node for African thought, remember that I likened the experience to a detoxification experience. And I feel that what Prof has just done now is to scan us. We were detoxified, now he is scanning us to see the condition of our vitals, the conditions of our hearts, the condition of our minds, you know, the way he is unpacking this decolonization thing is saying to me, how healthy now is your mind? How healthy is your heart? How healthy are your lungs? And all of them are found to be infected by the impact of colonization. So that is how I am experiencing this workshop, as if the spotlight is shining on what is it that I know, how do I know it, and how do I use it? What is it that I am teaching? How do I teach it? And what is influencing that? So I really appreciate the opportunity we see that you've created for us to have these discussions, because at the end of this year, we should come up with plans of how we are going to take the node of African thought and operationalize it in our faculties. So what Prof. Ndlovu is helping us with is to think about what is it that we can do? What are the low-hanging fruits in my faculty that we can explore in moving towards being a decolonized institution, a decolonized faculty, a node for African thought. Some of the things that Prof said around the impact of colonization of knowledge is that it's not only the education aspect that has been negatively affected, but you mentioned earlier on, you mentioned the economy, but also the political, the fact that we are a sovereign state. You put it very nicely that we are a sovereign state, but what that does translate to a qualitatively better lifestyle for us, and it doesn't. And it made me think of George Orwell's The Animal Farm. In our own country, in most African countries actually, that those who are in power get in power to assist the people, to work for the people. But once they are in power, it becomes about them. All animals are equal, but some remain more equal. So in education, maybe we're also doing it, not to that extent, but many of us thrive on being the first in my street to get a degree, the first in my location to get a PhD, the first to have a car. And we get excited about those things, and we don't like when other people then also become like us. We have a PhD syndrome, a push him or push her down. You want to be the only one who shines. And that is, I guess, is also one of the impacts of colonization, because we, as Africans, we are very communal, but the Western cultures are individualistic. It's mostly about me, myself, and I. But we are leaning more towards that now, because it places us on a pedestal above other people, and that is a serious problem. But one other thing that my mind is trying to work around is then, what does this mean then for the Faculty of Education in particular? It applies to all other faculties, but I'm thinking about faculties that have professional degrees. What is it that we need to teach them? How do we then prepare our students, our social work students, our education students, engineering, accounting, for the world of work? The skills, yes, we are giving them, but the kind of values that they exit with. If we are saying we want, as a node for African thought, we want our students to go out being steeped in African traditions, in African values. How are we doing that then? How are we going to do it rather? Because it's something that we should be planning towards. How are we going to change the curriculum such that when our students exit here, they have that comparative advantage over other students who were not here because of the belief system, because of the culture that we are trying to create, where we are saying we are putting Africanness at the center of what we do. Another thing, Prof. Ndlovu, that you mentioned was you were in passing. You mentioned the importance of indigenous knowledge, but you didn't refer to it as a science. Personally, I think indigenous knowledges are sciences, because it's not just knowledge that one comes by perchance. It comes through a lot of observation, sometimes generational observation. I remember Prof. Bewati gave one example of his brother and his goats, and one of the goats was pregnant, and it was kept in a pen. And then when the time came for it to give birth, the foal died, the kid died. And Prof. Bewati said, but you shouldn't have kept it here. You should have let it go so that it could eat herbs, because goats know what herbs to eat when they are pregnant to protect the baby. Now, it's not something that one learns just by watching one goat. It's not science as we know science, but all indigenous people observe, and they take note. And because they can see this happened there, and this was the result, this happened there, and this was it, then they come to the conclusion that when goats eat this, when they are pregnant, it assists them with childbirth. The same with old African women who can do DNA tests without the instruments. They just look at the ears of the baby and they tell you this is a madala or this is not a madala, just by looking at the child's ears. So it is a science, but because there is this politics of knowledge, it's not regarded as knowledge because it is it's not documented anywhere. But I personally, I think we should fight for it to be regarded as a science, because those things are not just thumbs up, but they come through people following, observing. The same with African proverbs and sayings, which are a result of generational observations, And then the issue of decolonization not being a revenge exercise. I think that is very important, Prof. What you highlighted, that whilst we're reclaiming our rightful position in the circle of knowledge creation, but we don't want to push anybody out. We are saying all knowledges are important. And that to me says, as a scholar located in South Africa, when my colleagues located in Zimbabwe, in Rwanda, and Congo, wherever, how then do we make sure that our voices get heard in this circle of knowledge? Of course, you've highlighted the issue of gatekeeping and all of those things, but still we've got to push and press on and make sure that our voices are heard. You also touched on the fact that what Africa knows about itself is profoundly shaped by colonialism, and we see that often when we see somebody from another country, we don't see a fellow African, because we have imbibed and digested this divide and rule philosophy that has been pushed down our throats. And that is what we need to get rid of, all those things. Let me stop and give Prof a chance.
Yeah, before I go to Prof Moon, you raised an important issue that I would like Prof to really get into new response. In the place of privilege in science. Is science what are the implications of privilege in science in decolonization?
Are you talking about natural sciences or?
No, the idea of science. Yeah, the idea that knowledge.
What is science?
Okay, science.
What is scientific?
That's the source of the truth. Okay. Then the second aspect is the issue of that Prof is raising, the issue of indigenous knowledge system, because it's one of the languages that we are using prominently in our African thought, in our ideal African thought. So the issue of inventions of traditions and the contemporary knowledges are exposed to them. Then Prof Moyo, you have to raise some questions.
Okay, thank you very much. For me, the thing which is really bothering me, almost overwhelming me, is this epistemal cognitive empire. That is the big thing.
Yeah.
Everything we are talking about here is going to be disentangled from that cognitive empire. Because you see, if our minds are dislocated from us, what can we do? And if our minds are captured, what can we do? And I dare say also, if the minds of all of us, government in particular, we are looking at ourselves here at UNISO as an institution, implementing government policy. And I must choose my words carefully here. I don't want to say a government which is not decolonized, whose minds have been captured, whose minds are elsewhere. What kind of policies are we implementing there? Already a few weeks ago, CHE came here for an audit. They quizzed us on Not for African Thought. They really quizzed us. In the end, what they said, it seems everyone understands it, but one could see that they are not convinced that this thing, because they were asking questions like, you know, you are saying of engineering, Not for African Thought, what is the relationship? You could see that there is a dilemma. So I would really like Undlovu to tease out on that, to say, okay, we may be okay here. We are not okay really, but we may begin to see the light. But government policies, as long as they are not changed, we cannot get very far. And then at institutional level, did say that, well, we are lucky to have leadership, which is already decolonized, so to speak. But at individual level, the management of that, of the node, like Uprof was talking about, there's still a lot to do there. So it's an entanglement, you know, which is difficult to say. I mean, something which is complex, complexity by definition means that there are no linear steps of dealing with it. But I'm just, my mind is grappling with, I'm not even sure to say where to start. What do you touch? You know, an entanglement. Where do you touch? You touch something, it reproduces somewhere, or it causes another. It mutates, as you say, you know, it will mutate. So we are dealing with entanglement here, which is difficult. Now, related to all of that, the idea of knowledge production, again related to entanglement. There's a whole infrastructure, not NRF or anything. Infrastructure of concepts, infrastructure of frameworks that are there, that have been universalized as canons of science, as canons of how to do scientific research. How do we navigate ourselves around that? I was talking to Professor Brown there to say, in higher degrees, we often send proposals back to say, look, you do not have a theoretical framework. And the theoretical frameworks, actually, you will find that there are theoretical frameworks of what he called dead men. You know, we don't have our own theoretical framework. So maybe in a small way, we could start by changing them, tweaking before even government policy changes. You say, look, we are a node of African thought. Can we say that the proposals must at least cite a theory, you know, from an African scholar? Because I don't think the theories are there. as you, you have summarized, you have seen there's a lot that has been written. The theories are there. It's just that we don't read them. So that we are forced to, in small ways, to engage with those theories. I'm not going to repeat. I mean, the whole idea of science also, to me, bothers me. Science methodology. There are a lot of African cultural practices or things that we need to know more about, which affects our lives. But how do we access them? Let me just say something, maybe. You know, in African culture, there are things like utwasiswa, you know. I don't know how to translate it, you know, that someone in a family is chosen by the ancestors
To be a sangoma.
to be a sangoma, and those people dream. They dream about, you know, they will tell you that, oh, at this ailment, you know, they know exactly where to go and dig.
Yeah.
I mean, all that knowledge, I don't know whether to call it knowledge.
It is knowledge.
All that knowledge dies with the person,
Yeah.
because it is not documented. In terms of research, how do we, what kind of methodologies? Obviously, like Njoku said yesterday, the sort of methodologies we see, all those paradigms that we force students to do, which are in Creswell, Jensen and Lincoln,
Yes.
they don't tell us how to research those things, which was spirituality. There are no methodologies which tell us that. So, but it all goes back to the cognitive campaign. So if we can be a panacea today, you will free my mind and I can sleep tonight, sure, without thinking about this.
Thank you, Prof. Moyo. Before I go to Prof, I think you are raising quite important issues, especially in relation to conundrum between structure and agents. Because
Hello, how are you?
You see, artificial intelligence.
Can you talk? You are talking to Connie in the Department of HR.
sorry.
Yes, it's in relation to the document that I received from Etienne, a resignation.
There is something. Yes.
About structure agency strategies, because government is made of people. Some of them are our students who end up in government. So it reminds me what Prof was talking about, how knowledge frames reality. It can do also via our own products. The reality can be produced through us as well. The other thing that you are raising that I'm thinking about here is the issue of patterns of expression. Writing is the only pattern of expression to inferiorize other patterns of expression. Yeah, and I think Prof, you can go ahead now.
Yeah, I was not going to say anything, but provoked by this issue of capture, you know, the cognitive empire, but also as it relates to also government. But what it does, you've already answered one part, because the students that we produce are most likely going to be in those echelons of power. But the most important thing is the issue of being agents of change. What you find in the policy documents of this government is as a result of the contribution by scholars. But it may be that we're not doing enough to shape the thinking that goes there. But you need to also look at the fact that you also have a Minister of Higher Education and Training and Science and Technology, who thinking is along these lines. So use those opportunities to make sure that you play a role of shaping. But this is also something that we must understand that it's a struggle. So in a struggle, there'll be obstacles, there'll be victories, there'll be setbacks. But as Professor Kateni was also pointing out, that the fact that you may make mistakes, that you may be defeated, does not take you away from. I mean, you just have to think of the political struggle, how people were executed, they were put in prison and all that, but they never gave up because it was a righteous thing. There can never be anything more righteous other than the right to be. This is about reclaiming our Africanness without having to apologize. We spend too much time apologizing about who we are. So yes, there will be those changes which have to do with how the structures and instruments are used. That's why part of our understanding, which is also what the VC was pointing out, is the type of tools of thinking that undermine the project. So if you're going to go into a battle, you need also to have a study of who you are. It's called strategic analysis, understanding the theater of battle, and then arm yourself. This exercise is really about making sure that we arm ourselves to be able to defeat, because if it was easy, it would not be a struggle. But what I simply want to caution is that there are people who, or what has bedeviled most of us in terms of changing, is because we don't want to be the front troopers. But we need to have the courage based on the correctness of the path, at least at a high level. That's why we were talking about coloniality of being, the stratification, social stratification that has been imposed on us. So if we understand, we buy into that, then we should not wait for others to be at the forefront. We can also be the people who set the trend. And as your brother says, the most important thing is that we have a comparative advantage. We have a vice chancellor, you have a council, you also have a minister, but also the policy document that we have, that I was referring to earlier this morning. That policy document was influenced by some of us because we are participating in that. So the issue, and the VC being also sometimes appointed to serve in certain task teams, it's about to influence the thinking in government. So the government is not simply there to say you must obey us. It allows that level of engagement. And we should take advantage of that so that we shape it. But the biggest problem is that often than not, we don't want to get into those intellectual and philosophical battles. We want others to get in there and we say, no, if they've done it, now we follow. But we have been too much followers. And that is and other people, you know what, I'll give you just a good example. Mandela says in 1994, when he needed people to become chairs of committees in parliament, he says, I had a large number of Black people with masters and PhDs. But you know, when you ask them, they would wait for a white guy with only a matric certificate will volunteer and say, I'll chair trade. But the Black person with a PhD will not do that. Because somehow, again, it goes back to the, what you call it, you can call it the doubt that this epistemic empire has imposed on us. That we never see ourselves as curtain raisers. We never see ourselves as those who open so that others can follow. So I'm simply saying our engagement with the government must be dialogical. We resist and raise issues and complement where we must. But I don't think there's an element of hostility. That's why I can tell you, I've served in almost a number of task teams by various ministers, precisely because we make sure that we occupy those spaces.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Professor, can I be a vice chancellor?
Thank you very much.
Think that I've taken my power. I was just remind you guys that it's still me. That's by the way, John. Thank you very much. Professor Joe, I would like to use this opportunity because these things are going to slip our minds. Once Professor Joe Kacheni disappears, I think out of this house, not accusing you, there will be 5 people that will still be engaging and holding on to the nuggets and the things that we have learned during these 4 days that we're seated here. So I'm going to use an opportunity when it avails itself to remind us, according to our portfolios, who should be running after what. I think you've raised quite a lot of issues. That's why during short break, I was short of words in telling you how you've disrupted or you've disturbed my emotions. My mind is really troubled right now. And when I'm in this space, most of the time I need more time to think, more time to read, more time to revisit some of the things that I've done in my life and look at them with different lens. And I would like to say to Professor Mashia, who runs the Internationalization Office, for me, I was quite moved by the notion of positionality as African universities in all these international relations. And I just want us to think about it, because when I go to any university international, which is what I normally do to forge these relationships, my question that I give to myself and my whole idea of internationalization is to go there and say, not beg. I don't go there as a beggar. I go there to say, this is what we can offer at the University of Zululand. What is it that, and you go to Scotland, you prof training, you go anywhere. People, their eyes get widened. They say, here's an African university, damn, come to ask us, what can you offer? Because I want Professor Mashia to guard that space, because it's quite an important point, the positionality of your geographic area and your identity of where you come from, because you're supposed to come in as a beggar. And sometimes we agree with this notion by saying, what can you do for us? I don't have much resources, but I'm prepared to say to any university, we'll find ourselves to come. We will look after our accommodation. We will do this. And then when you partner with us, what is it that you would like to learn from us, so that we're not going there as serious beggars and slaves of the North to say, what can you give us? Because we were socialized like that. That's one point. The other one, I want to drive home to Professor Brown, not because he's brown, but because of his portfolio in research, to say that Professor Moyo has raised a very important point. But I want to throw it back to us as academics and leaders to say, we can't then sit back and all of a sudden we say to our students, what African theories are you going to use? Do you know them yourself? So my idea, Prof. Brown, is that we need to start digging into those theories and theorists and bring them to the fore so that we capacitate. Professor Ndlovu Kacheni yesterday was talking about the capacity itself as an issue and as material, so to say. So in other words, we can't now expect students to move forward without us even knowing where they are moving to. So my idea is that I would like to see your office, Professor Glenn, putting together a document of what theories, African theories, do we have there, and how do we unpack them? Because once we do that, we train our staff in the first place, because we can't say things we don't know. Because our students are gonna run around for 2 years looking for a theory, an African theory that first you don't know how it even talks to the work that you are trying to do with that student. So I would like that we don't live here with fake ideas and then we move fast and we say, oh, this is what now we need to do, and we pretend we know. We need to understand what we understand and what is it that we don't understand. When we don't, and I'm not scared to sit. And this morning I said to Professor Zovukacheni, I'm here, a note for African Thought 101. I'm here to learn. So we never stop learning, and we must never be scared to say, Professor Vetri, when you say in terms of hydrology, I don't know what African work is there. Do research. Professor Brown, I'm asking you that to sharpen us in that direction. I would also love, if you tell me in time, to be part of those deliberations so that we really don't mess up whilst we are trying to mend the situation. Also to Prof. Moyo, I think I want us to be clear that all those, there are things that I look at, and I look at what young people, who is shaping our children's minds? Because my mind was shaped by my grandmother, who used to make sure that every evening or afternoon, when she sees a certain conduct in us as children, she will tell us in tone. She will make you sit down and just tell you a story about the wolf and the dragon and how. And as I was growing up, I thought it was just for fun. But as I started to develop cognitively, I then started to say, okay, actually, this woman is shaping my own character to say, if I do this, this is what will happen. So I would like us to lift up the indigenous knowledge, as it's been alluded to say, what lessons do we need to learn from indigenous language without minimizing it or questioning it as to whether is it science or not science? What makes other knowledge is science, and what makes our knowledge not science? And I think we need to be now bold, and so that we capture this thing and we say, because if you don't name it, if you don't see where you're going, you will never get there until we embrace and we embed ourselves with our own knowledge systems, like Professor Ndlovu-Kacheni was saying, which is what I used to preach when I was in languages, to say that when my own children started to come with a language that I don't know in my very house, I said to them, guys, if I feed you, you speak my language in this house. That's the bottom line. You don't speak English in my house because I'm not English. I don't care what teacher says, your son cannot speak English well. I said to the teacher, do your work, I do mine. Mine is to train my child in my own language. And I thought I was arrogant that time. But the more I'm growing up, the more I realize that in terms of knowledge, if my children are not well equipped and embedded in my language, in their mother tongue, which is, I always say, it's good, Professor Ndlovu-Kacheni, that even if we feel like we are sometimes undermined as women, there's one thing we're powerful in, it's called a mother language, not a father language. So, so I really agree with us, but I want us to take bold steps, because that's what this is gonna need. If you take the example of Professor Moyo, having CAG, trying to really question us, we expected it because already in the conference, we knew that this was not going to be easy. We knew we were ready and we were tough, and they had meetings with me privately to say, are you sure that these people understand this note for African thought? But at the end, whether they were consciously or unconsciously saying it, they found that we are beginning, because I said to them, this is a journey that we have taken. So I'm not sure if I'm still entering a forest. You can ask me what is on the other hand, or will I survive? I'm learning to get there, but I am convicted in my heart as a leader that this is the way that this university needs to go. Actually, it's the way that it should have.
Yeah.
So now moving forward, we don't doubt that we should move forward. So I want us to understand that it's not going to be easy. One night you're going to be challenged in your house, and the following day you're going to change. And I was saying to Morgan, sometimes I feel like we need, in a church, there's a bench there. when you feel like you're converted, the pastor has hit it on the neck, you go there and you kneel. I said, with this thing, we're gonna need that bench so that, because I know that people are gonna come in and get out of it. Today, you're gonna be convinced, tomorrow you are confused because you are challenged in a corner. So now and again, when we call people on people like Professor Kateni Ndlovu to come in, I'm gonna need that bench so that all those who want to renew their commitment to, to the node for what we can move forward and say now again, that's what I think we need. Thank you very much, sir.
Just as a former deputy vice chancellor, I want to say something. Just one. It's just the issue that the VC raises of boldness. You know, the boldness that also comes from a sense of authority of yourself. You know, I've been in one example where I was in a conference where this person was talking about Black people. And it was a paper that is in a conference, and the people were listening attentively. And then I raised my hand. I said, you know, I've been Black all my life, even in my dreams. And I've taught students. What you have said, I cannot relate to. And the person said, no, but according to Michael so. I said, again, you're quoting somebody who's looking at Black people through lenses that are out of focus. But I'm simply telling you. So there's something about being bold about what we know also, even about ourselves. And what it did, it became a question of what constitutes knowledge. And when people can actually write about you and you don't write yourself, but it goes back to what Professor Kachino was also saying, that when being educated, you start looking at yourself through lenses of other people, you have lost yourself. So this is really about the right to be. I mean, that's all we're asking. I mean, when Ngugi was asked that question, why do you write in Kikuyu? And he says, I'm Kikuyu. But he's correct to say, nobody asked, why is Shakespeare writing in English?
Yeah.
But so what I'm saying that we want, and it is the right to claim to be human, because the cognitive empire has smashed who we are. The point that Professor Ndo was raising, that even when I introduced him, I erased him completely. And he says, yes, I see that, but are you going to talk about me? You know, that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. That is mouthful. Before, just 1 minute before you respond, I have also a question, a doubting question. Why is it things that are decolonial, they don't percolate to policy, send to the mainstream, and those that are colonial, they don't need consensus. They don't need anything. They just percolate easily to policy. This is a question I'm not posing it to you, but it's a question that we need to grab.
Sure.
I won't be wrong, in fact, these are difficult questions. You see the beauty of being here till time. Sure. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I don't know why there's an echo. Should I continue? Until it is give me time to think.
Okay,
Thank you so much. I think this round also takes us to a broad fundamental challenge. And the broad fundamental challenge, and I need to be very careful here, coloniality. How overwhelming is coloniality? And I'm posing this question because I don't want to push the idea of coloniality to the extent that it disempowers you. You get the point. It must not disempower you. It must not appear like that which we cannot emerge from. So we will need really to nuance there and say, was colonialism as successful as what it pretends to be? Was colonialism as successful? The intention was for it to decimate. It was for it to commit epistemicides, linguicides, culturecides. Was it really totally successful in doing that? And I'm posing this question because if it did that, then it would be difficult for us to imagine. So we will need to realize the intentionality of the cognitive empire, the intentionality of coloniality. But at the same time, we must also highlight that it was resistance through and through. And what does it mean to think from the side of resistance? And what are those pockets which resisted and preserved something? Does that make sense? So it's that moment where we need to also think about epistemologies emerging from struggles as a departure point. Epistemologies emerging from struggles. And the epistemologies emerging from struggles, they are distinctive in the sense that they were not produced from what we call this room, the council chamber. They were not produced from a council chamber, they were actually produced from struggles themselves. And what is distinctive about those knowledges is that they are not disciplinary. Those are knowledges for life. And we need to find a way of how to connect to them if we are to subvert the cognitive empire and to subvert coloniality. And there is already a debate within decolonization cycles. Young men, maybe some will know him, Siseko Kumalo. He works with Gunene, Mkai, and Bopa, and the others. And his project is really to recover their thinking and make them a departure point as we try to move beyond the coloniality. And I think it's important that we have this conversation because one issue takes us to the question of what do we do with the work produced by those who were struggling? Steve Biko, Fanon, Cabral, and many others who were writing from the theaters. What do we do with those? The danger which is there is that we bring them to the academy. And once we bring them to the academy, we must begin to think normal and say, Pico, psychology. Fanon, this one. Once we do that, we are actually cutting the sharp edges of that knowledge.
knowledge which is written in blood and tears, how do we come from there in order to destabilize the centrality of coloniality? That is one issue which I think. And this takes me to the second element of my interventions. Of course, the intention, just like the intention of the devil to steal, destroy, and do other things, the intention of coloniality in the cognitive empire is to do that. But did it succeed? I think that question we need to deal with. And it takes us back to the opening remarks when the VC talked about bordernosis or border thinking. What is in the border? And what does it mean to think from the border into the center? So we need to think really deeply about that. That in the borders, what is it that we are trying to uncover from the border, and they move from the border into the center? Because at the moment we are in the center, not as ourselves. That is, we were pushed into the center as something else. And now we're trying to withdraw to the border in order to relaunch ourselves as ourselves. So that is very important for me. And there is this critique in decolonial thinking that are the decolonial thinkers not making coloniality overwhelming, that it disempowers everyone? We need to be careful about that as well. And this takes me to Professor Moyo and Professor Ntombela's interventions, which are overlapping in many ways. And I will try to respond to some of the issues. One issue for certain is that this is a multi-level struggle. Multi-level struggle. You can fight it from a student point of view. You can fight it from an academic point of view. You can fight it from an administrator point of view. And obviously, the cognitive empire, as Moyo was saying, it has put frameworks which underpin it, which make, and even academics will fall. When the students at honors level, at master's level, they begin to propose to do research, we fear surprises. The proposal, why we are so concerned about the proposal, is the fear of surprises. We must know what we are going to produce a priori. We must know. We don't want to send you out and they come and say things which we have never heard before. This is why we really use the proposal as a disciplinary tool. The disciplinary tool, how are you going to bring, what are your research questions? What are these, what is your methodology and what are this? That is born out of our desire to maintain the status quo of things. The methodology is meant to that. Of course, when we tell the student, it is making you to produce better research, but generally it actually makes us reproduce what we already know. So there is that, and I examined the PhD thesis of Dr. Makatini, Duduzo Makatini, from the University of Fort Hare, who is a jazz musician, a sangoma, and an academic. And when Moyo, you were talking about dreams and the visions, that thesis was full of that. It actually dealt with the Wusimshongo and many others. And he was clear that his jazz music comes in dreams, the visions. So there was me as an external examiner, there was another British colleague, then there was a South African. So three of us, we examined the thesis. It reminded me of a situation which we once had, which was almost similar. And it pertained to his PhD thesis, whereby you say, I will do Zulu cultural villages in Australia. And they say there is a pre-submission meeting where you meet a team to see you are ready now to submit. And then you go there, they tell you, oh, Zulu cultural village is a decolonial approach. We've never thought about this. But we've read your proposal, we've read your draft. This sounds very interesting. We've never used this word decoloniality, but we have 5 points. We have 5 points. And these are the 5 points. What you call decolonial method, is it not post-positivist? Then they begin to take everything back to, until you say, at the end of the day, you are not excited about this. You want me to do decoloniality in accordance with the criteria of coloniality. This is where the major problem. So when Tutuzo Makatini came for the defense, those were the questions. How do we verify a twin? How do we verify a vision? How do we verify this? So I'm saying, but my intervention was that it is our limit. It is not the limit of the person who is proposing them. It is our limit. We have no way of verifying it. But he is telling us this is what works for him. And who are we to then penalize them for what? Our ignorance must not be a hindrance to others. So that he ended up passing, but it was a very difficult epistemological, methodological challenge when we met it. And this is why I was saying, I think when we do decoloniality, we need really to open up to surprises. Not only to surprises, we will need to be open up also to mistakes. There will be mistakes. There is no way everything will go according to plan. And it will never be smooth. I spoke in one university in Germany, and they quickly ran for my book on epistemic freedom. Now, the concept of epistemic freedom, you didn't flesh it out very clearly. It's a powerful concept. So I'm saying, but I was not seeking perfection here. That's not what I'm seeking. After all, I didn't wake up with it in mind. When I was grappling with the problems, it came. And the way I write many books quickly, every 2 years, is because I don't want to conquer knowledge. I actually write a book because there's an emergent, important issue which affects humanity. My latest book, which is going to come out, is beyond coloniality of internationalism, rewelding the world from the global south. I would not have written that book had it not been for the Russia-Ukraine war. I would not have done that. I wrote a book, The Decolonial Mandela. If Mandela did not die, I was not going to write it. It was not, but I was listening and I realized there's something wrong here. I needed to intervene. So the decolonial work is not done for personal glory. Like I want to write the all and end all book. We are driven by the problems which actually affect society. That's what makes us right. That let me try to explain this. Let me try to explain this. Let me try to intervene this way. So there is that as a mode of practice, and it actually makes us. We don't develop what we call a writer's block. You know, when you develop a writer's block, you'll just be writing. But for us, because it's a struggle, there is no room for writer's block. there is no room, absolutely. I will be in a fighting mood. So I can't say, nowadays, let me stop here. The enemy must find me and they kill me because I have a writer's block. I don't have that. I continuously move on. But this was a diversion. But what Moyo you also raised is the issue of this issue which I was saying, fighting at multiple levels. And again, I will try to exemplify it more practically. After the roads must fall and fees must fall, I went with how many? 26 universities here. I went maybe to 24 of them, invited to speak. And the one which I remember very well is the Central University of Technology, Bloemfontein. I went there to give a keynote address. But I didn't know that that day they also invited the people from SAP. So they were in the audience. And I spoke. I never cared because I didn't know that they were, they were there to evaluate the programs. So I spoke the way I spoke here. And when we're now going back to Gauteng, I moved with the people from SAP. And the one woman quickly said, after your speech, I was even ashamed of what I wanted to say. I was ashamed of what I wanted to say. So it opened an excellent communication between me and, because we flew together back to Johannesburg. And she quickly said, this was around December. In January, we will invite you to come and address SAC. So there was a conference of SAC, and they, indeed, she honored the word, and they invited me there, where I then spoke to say, we cannot change things inside the UNISO here. We destroy the disciplinary base of knowledge. And we say, no, disciplines are colonial or something like that. But the SACWA still certificates in accordance with the disciplines. They will need to have dialogue across those agencies and those structures so that they understand that the intention, because they are quality assurance. And the idea is that by destroying the disciplinary base of knowledge, we are producing something better and something relevant. And they must actually understand the intention that it is not to water down knowledge. This is the question which we need to put it clear. It is not to water down knowledge. We are actually saying human problems are beyond disciplines. You can't see an accident happens outside here. Then I begin to say, as a historian, I think, and then somebody comes as a geographer, then somebody comes as an economist. We have abandoned the accident. We're now talking about our disciplines, isn't it? And one of the issues today is, how do we move beyond the disciplinary debates into issues which actually trouble us? Because the disciplinary debates are very interesting. The Annal School, the Nationalist School of History, I can spend the whole day talking about those. They are nice. But what do they contribute? For historians, they can spend the whole day talking about these schools, von Ranke and the seminar method and all that. They can spend. That is disciplinary debates which are only a monologue of intellectuals. So what we're trying to do is to try to make sure that the knowledge we produce has relevance. And that question of relevance must be underlined. Colonial knowledge was relevant for colonialism. We need decolonial knowledge which is relevant for life. There is no way you can say colonial knowledge was not relevant. It was relevant for colonialism. But you can't then say its relevance for colonialism will be relevant for your life. It doesn't work that way. And Moyo asked the question about where do we start? I think it's an important question. I am the problem myself. I must not lie to you that I went to a decolonized university. There's nothing like that yet. You get that? I am a problem myself. I did not attend a decolonized university. As far as I'm concerned, it is not yet in existence. It's what we're trying to construct. I can explain to you, I never started in the West. I did my PhD in Harare, University of Zimbabwe. Of course, it's called University of Zimbabwe, but is it of Zimbabwe? If I did sociology, was I going to learn something different from somebody who was in Oxford or Cambridge? It was the same issue. Hence, we use westernized universities. Westernized, they are in our locations, but are they of Zululand? What are we trying to do with making the University of Zululand really University of Zululand? It is located in Zululand, but is this of Zululand? In other words, does it reflect its social location? Not even its physical location. Then in the morning, I started with the comparative advantage which you have with a VC leading. But the caveat which I want to put is this one. Normally, when we lead from above, the tendency, again, I'm speaking from experience, is for people to comply. Decolonization is not about compliance. It must be in your hearts and minds. It cannot be saying, Professor, the VC wants this, then I must do it. It doesn't work that way. We will need really to, at the University of South Africa, when the Vice Chancellor and the Council gave us the green light, one of the underside was that people then decided just to comply. Let's just comply. And what used to happen is that we will have deans coming to present in Senate, because now it was pressure on them to show that they are doing something. Obviously, under compliance, they will give you glossy PowerPoint presentations and all this. But the issue is, how will you know that really they are committed to this? And I think I gave the example of somewhere where I went to a department and they were engaging with the Africanization of the curriculum. And I said, before I speak, why do you want to Africanize your curriculum? Then the dean said to me, because your vice chancellor likes the word Africanization. And then I said, let me take my bag and leave. So there are these issues. And then Professor Tombela, you started with the issue of the Node for African thought. There's something very interesting the way it has been conceived here. Because it is really a node for the university. You have Kwesi Praha. Kwesi Praha is always very critical about an African university with an African Studies Center. And I think the node for African thought here is not conceived in that way, whereby you then ask, what is the rest of the university doing? Here, the African node is really fertilizes everything. It needs to be a node indeed. And I think that also would be part of what I was calling it, the comparative advantage. And you also, Prof. Tombela, are you a dean? Yes. You also spoke about the low-hanging fruits. We must not fear to do. Those things which must be changed, they must be changed today. We don't wait until we have a perfect program. And I will share also my little experience with administration and doing decolonization within a university. I used to speak like this when I was freer, when I was an academic outside the admin issues. I was happy because I wanted to push them to work. And then I stand to the other side. Then they said, come in. When I came in, I spoke Senate, I spoke to council. Then in council, they quickly said, yeah, we hear you. What we want is an institutional transformation plan. I'm not sure whether here we've already done, we've done that. We need an institutional transformation plan. And I had a team of 3 or 4 people. You know, it took us 6 months to produce an institutional transformation plan. Not because it took us time to produce it, because we needed to socialize it across all constituencies of the university, including the labor, including the student movements, including the faculties and all that. So we wanted, when I now bring it to council or to Senate, I will say, but I've gathered all comments from the relevant stockholders and the stakeholders of the university. And after I've presented and I thought now we will run, they said, yeah, now we accept the institutional transformation plan. Very good, thank you. We now want a change management strategy. This is how universities absorb radical ideas. And as you produce that, it gets diluted and diluted along the way and diluted along the way. And I don't know how we can avert that, because the committees, they work the way they were working before. So you go and present, they know, put this way, put this way. As you accept those comments, the product is something else at the end. What else? Oh, yes, the other question was this big question of indigenous knowledge and science. Of course, science looks legitimate, indigenous knowledge looks illegitimate. I still think let's stick with knowledge. Let's forget about the science part. I think knowledge is broader than science. Knowledge comes in various packages. Not only scientific knowledge is legitimate, there are other knowledges which are not scientific but still legitimate. So it's important really to think about the problem of scientists. It also things knowledge into something else. But knowledge is very rough sometimes, and comes in various components. Knowing, we also have this idea that even spiritualities have their own logics. But if you apply science, spirituality have no logic. So it's important that we become careful about reducing everything to science. But you raised something also about which links things together. When VC opened, talked about the binary issues, talked about the seductive knowledge. That problem of saying, I was the first to do this, I was the first to do this, I was the first, it comes from the seduction of knowledge. It's always hanging up here, always hanging up here. If you grab it, then we have achieved one thing. Then you can go back to your society and say, do you know that I was the first to go to Germany in my family? What is important about that? So there is that, and I'm not sure my things are not really in order here. I hope I have exhausted all the issues. The last one. Prof, we were talking about Moya was ahead saying we must already ask the students to which African theories. And they are saying, no, that's an important point. But at the end of the day, we need to first of all recover the thinkers. I think the African Node is also involved in the recovery of the thinkers. It is us, the intellectuals, who must lead the front by demonstrating that the thinkers are there and they have concepts. Even people read books, they are not capable of distilling concepts from African thinkers. African thinkers, they think as stories. They don't pick the concept which they pick when they are reading Western thinkers. And that's the attitude of the mind. So we will need to change that. Thank you so much.
I was trying to think of a phrase which you could actually find. It's a phrase around truth. That when truth is presented for the first time, it is often resisted. Actually, it's ridiculed. Then the next step is to be resisted. And once it becomes apparent, then they consider it to be obvious. The same way as the notion of struggle. When people like the Mandelas were engaged in the struggle, they did not have many followers. It was almost a mission impossible. They were dreamers. That's why later they said they'll be free in their lifetime. But their truth at that moment was not even accepted by their own. You can go also to religious text, whether it's Christianity, it always starts the same way. And in a sense, we are prisoners of habits. And what this calls for is for us to look at those and question those habits and question them to the extent to which they are liberatory or whether they actually continue to imprison. There are people who have been so long in prison that they cannot even imagine going out of prison. And I think that is actually known where people have been in prison for like 30, 40 years. When they go out, they make sure that they're arrested again because freedom is threatening. And what we are engaged in here is not only to put the idea of freedom, because ideas can be very decisive, but it is also to assist with the tools that will be required. Professor Ndovgajeni talks about the grammar of liberation. And this is what we are trying to deal with, to instill and to empower us with that grammar of liberation. And we are not unmindful of the sense of fear. It is real. But let the righteousness of the struggle be the one that empowers us to go forward. And I would like to also point out, and I've said this to the Vice Chancellor, and not only me, people like Michael West, people like Opoku Ajiman, Sinfi Makoni, Penn State, they've actually said, you are engaged in an ambitious project that is not even seen in the rest of the continent. And I would urge you to read what Michael West says in his submission, that it may be that the regeneration of Africa could actually come from this university. This is why in the morning when I started, I pointed out that this is a struggle, it's a baton, a baton that had been passed over the generations. But it's also about making sure that the African does not remain erased in history. And of course, there'll be struggles. But what is most important is the last point that Professor Gacheni was raising, that the colonial education serves its purpose. It's an instrument of subjugation. It's an instrument of colonial project. And the decolonial education is for something else. And it may not emerge and in the instruments of subjugation. As Audre Lorde once put it, the master's tools will not destroy the master's house. So if you want to embark on this, you cannot be using those tools that were designed. And at the heart of it, the continuous subjugation of Africa into the global coloniality, where Africans continue to be third-class citizens in the world, is precisely because they have not disrupted the epistemic injustice that they are exposed to. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we can now go for a break, lunch, and we'll be back at what time? 1:30. In which case, then we'll go to the next level of engagement, where we try to see how this can find expression in our daily practice. But the most important thing that we want to put, the sessions in the afternoon are really about serious dialogical engagement, because it makes no sense for this university to spend so much money and time if this does not lead to behavioral change. Vice Chancellor, do you have something to say? The which people? The people who are? Oh, let me see. Oh, 90. Okay. Oh, let me do that. Professor Ndlovu Kachene, you're not off the hook yet. Oh, the sound is gone. Oh, damn. This. Yeah, what we do, most of the. Yeah, and I can see there are some people at the back there who are getting irritated. They want to move towards it. But the long and short of it is that when you come next, I'll look at this and we'll try to do that. But most of the 19 of the comments is already that they can't hear. Okay. And with that, shall we go and have something to eat? You're free to stand here if you want to go on fasting. That is also welcome. Were you able to select also the one online? Yeah. Colleagues, good afternoon, and thank you for coming back. Like we said that this workshop is about the brains on and the hands on. And like we did yesterday, the questions will always be the same, but with a bit of a tweak here. Today we engaged on the concept of coloniality of power, coloniality of knowledge. For this afternoon session, we want to bring this closer to your operational space, what some people call the theater of battle. Because our concern is how do we begin to ensure that there's a change in terms of behavior and practice. So for this afternoon exercise, it's a simple one. We are going to make the same approach. The same team, the teams that we had yesterday would migrate to the same space that they occupied yesterday. The question for today would be, how does the coloniality of knowledge express itself in your daily practice? How does the coloniality of knowledge express itself in terms of your daily practice? Now that you have at least a bit of understanding about what that entails. Then the second question, which is harder, is what would be the implications of that if it comes to curriculum transformation? What will decolonial education look like? Maybe I should put it that simple. The first one, how does coloniality of knowledge express itself in your daily practice? The second one, how would a decolonial education look like? And as I said, there are no right answers or wrong answers. This is about a space of exploration and a space of experimentation. And I'm made to understand that our colleagues who are also online will be able to join the two groups. And as it was yesterday, the two groups will democratically elect a rapporteur who will come and make a presentation here. With that, colleagues, would I ask you to then move towards your respective spaces of engagement. And this should take you at least 1 hour and 10 minutes. I thought I'll see some bit of a perambulation here. We will see you later in 1 hour, 30 minutes. Professor Kunene, Professor Moyo will tell you what that does that mean. Yeah. I think those who are lost can simply do what people do. They follow others. They follow others. Okay? So. Thanks, I got you. And I saw your email. Yeah, I will get it. And even yeah, yeah, sure. And shall we speak? Are the guys who are in 407 here? Okay, okay. Colleagues, good afternoon. And I also want to welcome colleagues who are online. The business of today is a very simple one. Professor Ngubugajeni, there's a simple question that was asked the former president of the United States, Obama. And he was asked a question, what is the business of America? And he says the business of America is business. But what he was saying is that everything that they do, it's about the promotion of the business empire. Their policies, it's always about business. Foreign policy, it's always about business. The wars that they go into, you know, it's always about business. But our business is a different one. It's a business in the mental space. And colleagues were asked to do a few things. Professor Kunyane, I'm sure you remember that. 2 questions, you know, that's how easy it is. That is, how does coloniality of knowledge express itself in your daily practice? And the second one was, what would be the implications of that in terms of the transformation of your curriculum? And the colleagues were also encouraged to democratically select or elect one person to speak on behalf of the group. And now we are at a stage where the colleagues will then be pointing out to the rapporteurs. Who is the rapporteur for 407? Okay. And the rapporteur for this room. Yes. Yesterday we started with the rapporteur from 407. Today we'll start with the rapporteur from this room. Okay. I have a right to change my mind. See, by the power vested in me, I shall declare that we will proceed as we did yesterday. So you can understand the coloniality of power here. That when you are in power, you use it. Otherwise, it's meaningless. Why do you have power when you can't use it? Professor Moyo, there's a story that describes the nature of knowledge. They say if you ask a mathematician what is 2 + 2, it'll say take it's about 4, and take a little bit. Oh, it's exactly 4. When you ask an accountant, they say maybe it's around 4. But when you ask an economist, the economist goes to opens the door, closes it, closes the curtain, checks the door if there's somebody listening, and says, "What do you want it to be?" So there's an issue of relativity here. Okay, Doc.
Oh, yeah. I can't breathe. Okay, good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you very much for this opportunity. Chair,
Yeah.
that I'm a rapporteur. I know that I'm not standing here alone, but I've got my team behind. Who were actually involved in getting this report. How we have done it is our discussion in the process integrated question 1 and 2. Yes. So that it makes it's going to make it easier for me. And our icebreaker was Professor Cassie. I hope I'm saying your name properly. Please correct me. Where we discussed the power of the coloniality of power, the power being in knowledge. And an example was given in the concepts that we used in our in the teaching and learning, and that and the curriculum is drawn from the prescribed books and publishers. For example, the Amazon. 2, the best practices are also derived mainly from the global north. Giving the example of the macro and the advanced economics, you know, the most cited books, again, the best practices come from Europe and are used in our classrooms even today. Seldom, even the French and African universities are used because of the language barrier. So meaning English is the language that is that monopolizes our space in academia and in the classrooms even today. So in that aspect, it is the language issue it comes out as number 1, whereby it is the problem still. Then the coloniality of power, whereby these institutions in the global north are the ones that still fund institutions in the global south. And then also the coloniality of being. Example, based in KwaZulu-Natal, one would need to transform himself or herself, therefore feeling much more alienated in that particular space of being. And even in terms of the knowledge aspect. And then again, we went to another example from the Faculty of Humanities and Social Science, in Professor Gianni, who is currently teaching an honors course and using and the project that they are currently involved in terms of expanding the vernacular and building that glossary, you know, and expanding from what the Faculty of Humanities has established. And what is being realized is that students are becoming more interested in terms of, they become more focused based on the usage of the vernacular in the classroom. Even, you know, the collection of the glossary of those terms, of those concepts, tends to excite students, tends to make them more focused than ever. From the Office of Internationalization, Professor Mashia expresses coloniality of knowledge, finds expression in a way they develop partnership with other what you call I'll say institutions to be simple, whereby they've commonly focused on the global north. So basically, so far we see, or it is evident that a lot comes from the global north. That is what is shaping us in the global south. So their focus has always been on the global north. Example, conferences they've attended are in the global north, hardly going to the global south. So as the Office of Internationalization, it needs to find footprints in the global south to strengthen the node for African thought. And from the Faculty of Education, Prof. Kutami, I really apologize. Kutami, my professor, I'm on my knees. Kutami, in their space, in their space or in the classroom, they encourage students to do research in their own spaces, in their own context, where they come from, whether it is rural space, well, in the rural spaces, understanding the positionality of the University of Zululand, and also looking at the number of students that come from the rural spaces, if I may put it that way, and encouraging students to focus or to look at what affects them, what affects us, and to craft their research topics in order to give or yield answers to the social problems that exist. And he confirms, or he confesses, that today, Professor Kutami is baptized with the issues of colonization. How Professor Katsheni Ndlovu has unpacked, explained, and related these colonization terminologies, decolonization terminologies, having been in a position to categorize them and to use them going forward. The theories that relate to our situations also are pertinent, and that it is also important that students are encouraged to look into these theories of that are developed by in Africa. Yes, acknowledging the fact that as academics, as lecturers, we need to be in the forefront. We need to be the soldiers that actually push for understanding, reading more on these African theories, so that we can assist our students as well. Mrs. Como, from accounting, the issue of language when delivering the subject of accounting, claiming that we are fixated in using English and forget about the content. So the concern of teaching in isiZulu and getting worried what will happen in the world of work as preparing, or in the process of preparing students for the world of work when teaching accounting, and acknowledging what Ngungi Wationgo, as Professor Kajeni Ndlovu explained to us, in that it is important that we learn our mother tongue before we learn the other foreign language, so that would not be stupidity. It will be progressive when you learn an additional language. So that it is also, it's very much important that even when you code switch during the teaching and learning, the onus is on having students to understand, to grasp the content. Is very crucial. Professor Adigun on globalization versus local context. How do you bring in local aspect while wanting to globalize? And how he in the classroom space, he gives students the problem and an example from that are foreign, and encourage students to localize the problem. And then, for example, he gave an example of the artificial intelligence. And as an artificial intelligence researcher that is now coming to the aspect of knowledges and technologies, right? That we cannot throw away artificial intelligence. Rather, control artificial intelligence and use it for the good of humanity. So he is still in the process of developing more of that as an artificial intelligence researcher. But what fascinates, or what fascinated us there, is that, what Professor Kajeni Ndlovu articulated yesterday on the knowledges and technologies. And the focus on the RNA, that is the research niche areas, that is brought by Professor Vilakazi from the Faculty of Education. The project, or the research rather, that the faculty has embarked on focusing on the niche areas on rurality, IKS, and literacy, and how they formed partnership with the Department of Basic Education, and also encourage students to develop topics around this niche area. And that currently they do have students that write their thesis in isiZulu. Something that just slipped my mind here, but it's fine. And then Professor Hreiling on the vision of global or globalization, in that we tend to ignore Africa in the global. She raised that, and as economists, well, between herself and Professor Casey, referring to Imbali conference that has attracted African economists, and how IMF has absorbed the young economists who after being funded, nurtured, go to the global north. They've been absorbed by the global north, and what is left to contribute? To be a scribe, I'm telling you. And then again, the issue of collaboration brought by, again, as an extension of from Professor Kutami, in that we need to really look around ourselves as the University of Zululand in our context and look around and check which other university is in a similar situation. So that was their approach, where they then collaborated with Eswatini, which is Eswatini University, whereby a lot of topics are similar, meaning the context is similar, the social problems are similar, hence, the social problems are similar, the context is similar, and yet the theories that are used are the Western theories still. Professor Brown, his approach is on research based on the office that he's leading, he's directing. And his emphasis was on the expression of coloniality of knowledge in research, where there is dominance of the Western perspective, theorization, and touching on the vertical relationship when we are collaborating, that exacerbates, the situation or problems in that, again, who owns the knowledge based on the vertical approach or the vertical relationship. Vertical relationship talks to relying on the global north knowledge. And then the issue of the social class pyramid still confronts us. And as it confronts us, we are seen as the lesser elements or the lesser subjects. We are positioned at the bottom, yet or while we produce knowledge that is essential, knowledge that is relevant, knowledge that is needed, knowledge that should be applied, but yet we are pushed and we are compressed to the bottom. Then the question that we're supposed to have asked you, Prof. Katjenindov, is how do we get out of this? How do we get out of this? The issue of the limited use of African epistemologies and understanding what the VC requires from the research. Right. Professor Kreiling brought in a solution. As I've said, we've integrated. When we use Western theories to explain our results, what are we saying as academics? We need to theorize what we have found. Thereby, really augmenting to the world of the knowledge that we have been producing, and really pushing up the number, if I might put it that way, of theories from our own context that will explain our own findings. Findings should be theorized. And the question is of how many A-rated researchers do we have? And these A-rated researchers, how many African theories have they used? If we were to check that. What criteria? Then it goes back to actually interrogating the criteria that is used to rate researchers. And then again, Professor Shokane comes in and says that she does not regard the researcher rating as a barometer. For example, in terms of STEM, inequality, and the support that is the support that researchers, if I may say, from the global South receive is unequal. So there's a lot of the gatekeeping is appalling. In other words, it depends where you are, where you come from. That is even your academic background, which university you went to. Finding that an institution or a researcher or the funding it's the researcher or the funder would have, for example, 50 million or 500 50 million, but would fund you for 50,000 rands only. So this actually opens up the issue of how wounded we are. The issue of woundedness. Again, going back to the invisible pyramid that exists. The ethnic group challenges are also a contributing factors. You know, there are a lot of social problems, the issue of patriarchy. You know, where we come from, we encounter a lot of problems and hardship, you know, as academics, but that is not considered at all. You are compared to somebody who has not had what you experienced. The issue of patriarchy, the issue of land issues, you know, the historical wounds of our struggles that Professor Kajeni Ndlovu alluded to in the morning. The knowledge of struggles, all that, yet that is why she disregards the researcher rating as a barometer. Again, this also brings in what Professor Kajeni Ndlovu mentioned earlier on the ontological density, which when I was actually describing as ontological imbalance surfaces here again, based on inequalities that are so deep-rooted. Yet, the criteria that is used to rate researchers is found wanting. Dr. Ayonsola also contributed, like many others in the group, on how, in terms of the classroom space, how students are encouraged to use examples in their context. For example, in the business management module, students would only come up with examples of businesses or enterprises that exist outside the African continent. So I thought probably referring to the multinational enterprises, you know, mostly. So not understanding that there are other businesses that exist, businesses that are established in Africa, in South Africa, in KwaDlangezwa area where we are. And also understanding what are the challenges that exist in the community in relation to these businesses. You know, what are the problems? So then the issue of cultural disconnection that needs to be addressed. The collaboration among universities also came into play here. And we went as far as having Dr. Mtiniso, who shared again the Eshowe project in the that started in the writing retreat, where we have the women researchers in the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, where Professor Masocha and Professor Shokane challenged us on women in rural spaces rather than rural women. Because when you say rural women, you're saying something else. But when you say women in rural spaces, those are two different statements, you know? So when I hope I'm clear on that one. So, and also encouraged women researchers in the faculty to bring in indigenous words, you know, in when writing. Instead of saying women in rural spaces, how they save money, or the term savings, you know, you don't say, why are you afraid to say ukonga instead of savings? Ukonga, use the word ukonga. Professor, what is ukonga in Sesotho? Idea, okay. Buluka. Yes, Buluka. If we're in Buluka, yes, you know, that we should not shy away from using these words, writing them, you know, ukonga. Because we become worried about somebody who is in Harvard or somewhere else, instead of us also making them understand, you know, all our from Eshowe. So again, this project, this book project, this community engagement project would also, going forward, there would be the transfer of skills to PhD students to develop them further. And Professor Stein comes in and says, coloniality is not gone. Cultural system, or the name university, for example, the titles we have, how we teach in class is still colonial. So basically, we have to do an introspection of how we teach and how we have been socialized. How am I reinforcing coloniality? And we need to address the past and build the bridge on ontologies and Africanism, and put Africanism to the fore. The question is, where are we? Then Professor Brown actually posed that question. And then in that we should recognize the stage we are in. Are we in the confession stage? And what is the next stage for us? Are we in the confession stage? Probably somebody would say, am I converted? I have been converted. Where am I now? What is the next stage? Is the next stage the correction stage that I have now been made to understand myself better, ourselves better, to move from the center where we have been pushed and realign ourselves, now understanding who we are, what is it that we need to do for who, beyond our disciplines to the community. And the issue of the policy environment is another one, whereby DHET, through policy, determines what we should publish and where we should publish. And the issue of NRF keeps on coming back, from the ratings and to how and to the privileging knowledge by rating researchers. The issue of privileging knowledge is part of the problem, which actually comes back to what Professor Gacheni Ndlovu said on the puppet and the puppeteer, where you cannot see who plays them. The issue of languages kept on coming again, colleagues. And Professor Shokane touched on that, and also supported by Professor Brown, whereby that this was raised, whereby in that, in as much as we have to encourage ourselves and our students not to shy away from expressing themselves in their vernacular, but we cannot be in a position or in a space whereby everybody is, one will speak in Isizulu, the other one will speak in Afrikaans, the other one will speak in Sesotho, Sepedi. It's going to cause confusion. And again, the issue of the university statute, that statute that guides us, and that we should refrain from binaries using all languages at once, which was also discussed earlier on, that was yesterday, and that was actually through the VC's address. Again, example which was very interesting that was brought about by Professor Shokane on the privileging knowledge. African epistemologists in research, people who rate you do not believe what you have written, more especially if you would be reviewed or rated by somebody who does not even understand the context, probably somebody who is anti-decolonization, if I may put it that way. So you would really be, what's the word, Professor Siepe? You would be disadvantaged. And then the example of social work versus what is in the communities. What is taught in social work, Professor Shokane, and what they would find in communities, there would be a disjuncture between the social work books or what is taught in social work and what happens in society or what they find in society. But going forward, that space has been created to accommodate the African epistemologies, and so that one talks to the other. And then again, the issue of the university rankings. Where are we now? And the University of Zululand versus University of Cape Town, where are we ranked as the University of Zululand? But there is something very positive and big that has come out in that. University of Zululand colleagues is number 2 in terms of the students that we graduate. Professor Elumalai, on the issue of identity, very worried. How do we bring back our identity? You know, the language issue again coming very strong. The literature we read, the literature that is read in our communities, and also touching on the social issues, the social ills, the social problems, those are societal issues that we cannot separate from what we do within the ambits of the disciplines in academia, you know, and also touching on the knowledge of politics, and that we should recognize our communities, the indigenous people, you know, our culture, the literature, the medicine, and also reiterating that the global north does use our resources in a variety of ways. I'm about to finish. Hey, and then, yeah, so, yeah, I think I'm done. Colleagues, team, did I leave anything? Thank you. They say we're fine. I go.
I see this team begin to wait for me to ask any questions. Shall we have the next presentation, please?
Hey, good afternoon, colleagues. I won't take long, I promise you. In the first place, the main themes we discussed are the same that they discussed, and there is no need to repeat those details. We spoke about language, the importance of language, and how the dominance of the European languages is a problem, and how we now need to bring in African languages. I think what is significant, what might be in addition to what the other group discussed, is we recommend that a decolonial education would include the formal teaching of indigenous African languages, even at university level. It should not be taken for granted that because students come from this area, then they shouldn't be taught in their indigenous language. Speaking about additive multilingualism, and ensuring that they are adequately skilled in literacies in the indigenous language as well. We also spoke about the need to reformulate the kind of English and the way we use the European language. So while we are not throwing English away, we must teach it in a way that focuses on communicative competence rather than immersing, as Professor Ajiman argued in November, rather than using it as a decoy to immerse students in the cultures and the histories of England, in particular, if we are talking about English. Then we talked about the need for multidisciplinarity, that working in silos, disciplines not working together, as the issue of Gordon's issue of disciplinary decadence. One of the impacts of disciplines not working together, not interacting, is that we are less able to solve problems. We are less able to see problems holistically and to propose solutions to them. And so we propose deliberate multidisciplinary collaborations within the institution. And there was one specific suggestion, which I think it's important for the colleagues to hear, is in trying to formulate decolonized curricula, it will be good to have multidisciplinary module reviews. So when people in one discipline, colleagues in one discipline are trying to review the curriculum as part of their content, it will be helpful if colleagues in other disciplines are there. And that would enable the forging of multidisciplinary praxis in terms of teaching. We highlighted the problem of alienation, students seem estranged. And we think this manifests through their lack of excitement, poor class attendance, very poor class attendance. But the same students who don't pitch for class often pitch for exams and tests, which is a symptom of what has been described as the diploma disease, and which could be a problem in the sense that holistic learning might not be taking place if they only come to get certificates and they do not come. And we think that might be due to the content of the curriculum, and might also be due to the pedagogical practices that we have. So we need to decolonize education will involve pedagogies, teaching styles that will transcend this. And is the problem only that of the colonial education? Is it perhaps also that our styles, if we are unable in certain disciplines to deal with the content directly, might we be able to change the approach with which we teach that content? So those were questions we posed. In terms of collaborations, and our orientation, our global North orientation, the privileging of the global North in terms of research and scholarship. So we tend to prefer to attend conferences in the global North rather than in Africa in particular. Of course, it's been said how we valorize publications in the global North. The impact of that is we reduce our capacity to produce knowledge. It was highlighted as in the other group that the people in the global South, especially the people in Africa, share problems that are very similar to ours. So working together with them would increase our prospects of problem solving. So when we do not do that, we reduce our chances of problem solving. But one key impact that was foregrounded in our discussion was the fact that the global North orientation, the seeming obsession with citation of people in the global North, expresses a sense of inferiority and promotes devaluation of ourselves as individuals. Even within our institutions, the problem was also expressed that even where colleagues are seated, even in the same institution, there is the tendency for our students, and our students seem to be picking this up. So someone expressed that it's possible for a student to prefer that professor as supervisor than this professor for the sake of, based on pigmentation, if you know what I mean. And that we are promoting this ourselves, because if we do not trust ourselves, then how do I expect our students to trust us? Then they will devalue us. And that has a far-reaching impact in what we do. We also spoke of epistemic presence and the need, not just in a decolonized education to grant access, but also to ensure presence. The need for the indigenous knowledge to be present in a decolonized curriculum. We gave a challenge, and we are waiting for the first dean, the first faculty or department who would invite the local sangoma or the local expert in Vulindlela to come and present in a seminar. Because we reserve these spaces of knowledge dissemination to people like us, professors and doctors. How do we bridge the gap between the ivory tower and the community? But we did say that decolonized education would bridge that gap. Finally, the question of graduates being seemingly unable to solve problems, to find jobs, came up. And I think that's where we had the most provocative, in my view, of interventions. Yes, while we admitted that we needed our graduates to be problem solvers, the idea of getting jobs as a goal, an objective of university education was problematized. And we are reminded that the system, the current economic industrial system that seeks to make workers of people in general, but especially of formerly colonized or currently colonized people, is an extension of coloniality, that it's actually an expression of coloniality. That it shouldn't be our goal to produce workers. Shouldn't be our goal to produce people in this community, for instance, so that they get job in a mine and go underground. We should produce students who should know that the mine, the resources are theirs. That we should switch from that orientation to produce serfs, to extend colonization and coloniality. And we should also be interested to understand the genealogy of the modern worker, who is just a type of a slave, actually a replacement of a slave. And then we concluded by saying on this note, that a decolonized education must improve the life chances of our students. We should produce students who disrupt the colonial social pyramid. Students whose life chances the education we produce should improve their life chances rather than decrease it, or rather than keep it where it is. They should be seen, the education we give should facilitate the recovery of the full humanity, the full dignity of the Black student as a social subject. Thank you.
I won't take long. Thank you so much for the feedback. And I have a few reflections to make. Firstly, the first group, the approach was very interesting. We're allowing everyone, I think that's the spirit of democracy, to record who said what, one by one. But I was trying really to pick the broader issues. And the one question which I want to pose, taken together, what has been said by Group A and Group B, what are we trying to change? Taken together, all these things which have been said by one figure after another, what are we trying to change? I think what we're trying to change broadly is the institutional culture. Will you agree with that? The institutional culture. The issue of identity, the issue of language, the issue of patriarchy is all part and parcel of the institutional culture. But that also is very broad. We'll need maybe to de-escalate it to say the other problem which we're trying to grapple with is the research culture. And in the research culture, we'll bring in the questions of the niche areas and what we privilege in our research. And I think what also came out broadly from me is the teaching culture. The use of which books, what examples, in which languages. And that basically also takes us to think about the academic culture in this university. What epistemologies we're working with, who are we citing, and what theories. And then the other issue which emerged clearly for me is also the challenge of systems and policies. And that will bring us to reflect on the NRF, the funding, the rating, and the university rankings. When the issue was raised about if you teach in isiZulu, how will people prepare them for the workplace? What language does the workplace speak? It looks like if you are Zulu here, the workplace speaks English. And I don't think that is very normal. There must be something which needs to be changed there as well. The last reflection which I want to make, we are doing all this for what? I think the single term, I think it came from Jimmy Atensina, if I'm not mistaken, when he was asked about is it endogeneity? And when he was asked, what does that mean? He says, it means taking ourselves seriously. So basically, all this work which we're doing here is meant to take ourselves seriously and to heal ourselves from what is not working for us. And for me, I will actually stop here for now. Thank you so much.
Just check the time. Fortunately, we're not going for food break. So I could abuse a few minutes. I first want to thank you very much for another productive day. And I think it started very well. And there was enough on the menu. And in terms of rounding off, I think Professor Ndovukajeni has made things very easy. But I want to also make a few observations. I think the first one is engagement, which had become very clear and apparent from the reports. And I'm actually pleased that colleagues are actually engaging with the issues. And the first part, which was really about the manifestation of coloniality, I think that was well captured. Effectively, if I'm a speaker, like Professor Kajeni, you will say, actually, I've done my job well, because people were able to articulate. And if you read his books, he talks about the matrices of power, or the matrices of colonial knowledge, which continues to impact. This is why post-1994, we're still doing the same thing. And actually, people will say things have become worse. Our young people have become hopeless. And it's also problematic when you even hear academics say they don't even attend the classes because there's a sense of alienation, and there's also issue of relevance. The university should be an exciting period for young people. They should look back to this space as a meaningful experience, not a space where, I don't know if how many of you know about Steve Jobs, that when he went to university, the first thing that he asked, because he had a burden of, as an adopted child, the biological parents had asked the adopted parents to say, please take him to university because we can't. And he found himself having to go to university reluctantly. And the first thing that he asked was, which are the easiest subjects here? Then they asked, which one do you mean easiest? He said, the ones that allowed me to bask in the sun in the afternoon. And he chose those. But we want our students to have much more greater experience other than to have an easy time. The second thing that emerged, what the Professor talks about, the issue of institutional culture, which manifests itself in those problems. When Professor Ntombela talked about scanning the body to finding those illnesses, so those at least were clearly articulated. And in a sense, the articulation of the symptoms cause for a diagnosis. I mean, you can have the symptoms, but before you can talk about what is the cause of those symptoms, you must at least be able to identify them. So we can actually say in our report, Professor Ndlongajeni, we must actually articulate these symptoms that have been found and then leave it to the good scholars here to play around with the issue of diagnosis. There are a few other areas that are really sharp that come out. The issue of language is very critical. And in a sense, you could actually say it's what Professor Ngondo called a pedagogical scandal. A pedagogical scandal in the sense that Ngugi talks about, that when you talk about the theories of learning, you go to a place where people find a mental home, and it is in language. But this scandal actually also has to do with what is called epistemological access. That when we talk about access, it's also about making it easier for students to be part of the dialogue that takes place within the university. But I think another thing that is scandalous, which also is linked to this coloniality of language, you see it manifests itself in the courts, where an accused is Zulu speaking, the magistrate or judge is Zulu speaking, the prosecution is Zulu speaking, but they all have to speak in the language that none of them even is proficient in. And in the sense, the people, you find the accused not understanding why he's found guilty. He says, but I was telling the truth. But what we are saying is that even the simple thing of accessing justice, we deprive ourselves of that as Africans. What could be more scandalous? That even in the place of justice, you can't. And part of it is that we produce people here who cannot even understand it. But also in terms of the profession, if you take the medical profession, the doctor is going to see patients. And the first thing that the doctor does when he meets a patient is, what is your problem? And then African find himself unable to explain himself. And he simply tells the doctor that it's painful all over. It does, because he lacks, because the doctor does not understand. Says it's painful, I can't sleep. But if the doctor understood, the patient will be able to tell that this is my problem, because all process of doctors, I mean, if you have a good doctor, it's that when you come in, they'll ask you what is the problem, and they'll try to deal with that subjective analysis from yourself before they do the objective testing. But we even deprive ourselves, our people, the right to life. So it is actually very serious. The issue of language is not simply about communication. It is much more than it is also about life. It's also about justice. Then there's the issue of, we are raising these issues also to empower you to challenge the hegemony that is used to suppress and oppress. They take the issue of rankings. Here you have a university. I mean, I can also talk as somebody who has been to the so-called best universities. I've been to Harvard, I've been to places like this, where they have resources. I mean, I couldn't even do my research when I finished at Wits, because there was no laboratory, no Black institution that had that type of laboratory equipment. So you are shortchanged in terms of what you can do. But then you are expected to compete. Even as we speak today, you must just look at how much money goes to historically white universities and how much money comes here. And the reason why it is so is because of the epistemic issues, that the notion of cognitive empire, that under apartheid it was because you are Black. Now there's a new language, but those are our best institutions. And when they say those are our best institutions that we must protect, that means these ones are the bad institutions. So a new language has emerged, but the effect is the same. It's all about the denial of good education and quality education for Black child. But we need to be able to make these things visible so that we can confront them. The same applies to when you talk about rankings. What are we talking about? It's almost like you have somebody who has been running for 200 years, and you get into the race, and they say, but you must compete, regardless. Or saying to somebody, look, we are going to have to hop in one leg, and the other person who's running with you will succeed because they don't have to hop in one leg. So the dishonesty of the notion of rankings is something that we must be able to confront. But you know what happens is that then you have a Black person who gets appointed into these places. Then they pretend that they suddenly did not know where they come from. They say, no, University of Zululand is number 12. We are at UCT, we're number 1. Really? That type of nonsense. You produce somebody who calls himself an A-rated scientist, but that person has no problem in students urinating on the foot of Black workers. And that is your model of emulation. Then there's something wrong with you. If you have people who can be produced and they cannot see how scandalous it is. You know, Black parents, when they see white kids, they see them as their kids. And these kids, they urinate on the food. And you have no problem. You say, no, this is about reconciliation. At whose expense? So you ask, what type of education produces people who are like that? So we need to ask these uncomfortable questions because it is always at whose expense. But if you lack the sense of articulation of your concern, then you let those things to get away with it. So what we're also saying here is that we need to empower ourselves to also have a pushback. But most importantly, which is the point that was raised, when we talk about language, we're not saying abandon other languages. People will tell you that they are better off by being able to speak more languages, because the more languages means you have access to a number of concepts. You have Afrikaners who tell you, to say, no, I want to explain to you, but this word does not exist in another language. But they have the concept. You have French people said, you know, we wish I can help you. You have Zulu people who will tell you about their language. Say, but no, look, this is not translatable. But if you speak those languages, then you have an array of concepts available to you. So the idea is not to misrepresent us when we talk about language. Because there are some people who read us, not with the intention of understanding us, but with the intention of misunderstanding us, so as to attack us. So, but those are the people we don't waste our time with. So as I say, we are all for intellectual quarrels, but we have no time for people who are quarrelsome, whose quarrel is never about trying to improve understanding, but more about stopping you from moving forward. So I think today was another exciting day, and tomorrow will be even more exciting. Professor Ndovukacheni has made sure that when he comes here, he brings the whole menu on the table. So I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, and thank you for your submission. One last thing. The rapporteurs, I need my reports. And there are other rapporteurs who made their representation yesterday, and they think I've forgotten. So on the last day, I don't want to mention names. There's one question that I cannot suppress here. Oh yes, I understand it. Or you are just alerting me of that he has tendencies of being absent, so that's fine. We will find a way of dealing. See you tomorrow, colleagues.
Voices